parking drive. Hello. Well, is there any reference to it? If we, if we, I just think it was. How? I think that last time, if it starts to get rowdy, we'll just pause. I think this time we're gonna enforce a time limit.
Yeah, so
And I was thinking like, if there is food.
mhm. um, I'm gonna let you just gauging on how busy it is. Like I think, if it's as busy as it was last time,
I can give it the.
yeah, yeah, I think that's fine.
Is it more important to get the face of the presenters or in the,
Yes.
well, I'm gonna switch cameras for that hour. I wasn't in there, but I couldn't sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think one. So if it gets rowdy, because this is gonna be screen, right?
Yeah.
If it gets rowdy. Out. Bad. Bad.
For this being Zoom, so I'll just take over the screen and
Yeah.
share a Word document.
A Word document, yeah.
Recess.
Maybe like with our logo.
Okay. Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott is gonna come in and take over right around 2:20, so I can get to the public interest fair at the walk, and then I'll be back around 4. Scott will be around.
Yeah, and so. Yeah, we can see here. That is.
Like the application is what's in front of us or the,
Yeah.
right, right. Right.
And then, so you'll be back.
I'll be back at 4. Yeah.
I think depending on the crowd, it might benefit us. The, like, give us some.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Whatever you're
New
back.
people. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I think if we're able to go until 2:15, 2:20 before we take a break, as long as people aren't rowdy, that would be good. So, and then, whatever. I think every hour,
So.
especially for the court reporter.
So the reading of the name.
Here's my problem with that. People line up and we have to take a break, and then people lose their sleep in line. Very good.
I don't want to be calling people now.
Yeah.
It takes longer. Where it can happen. So I think we should have.
Do you want to, what if we did this? What if we said the next 4 people to line up are people who signed it, and we can do the best to read their names, and then we can have them quickly.
They don't write it.
They don't write it. I know. Oh, we can't have more than 5 people. Oh,
Okay, so,
answer back.
so we can do 5. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's better.
yeah, I like that. Um,
Yeah, I like.
yeah. And, you're giving them 3 minutes, Commissioner, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think so too. 2 is tight. It takes them right now. I think with 6 hours, I think we can start with 3 minutes. You have the discretion to reduce it if you want to, and you can just say, cutting it down. Okay, do you want to say, like, we don't have a timer, so, I'll time it, and I'm gonna cut them off at 3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Not at the moment. I know, I think they can control, Chair, they can control the mic. So if you need, you need that, like, you need to give them a sign over there, and they will, and then you can take a recess or whatever.
Okay, thank you. Of course. Ready to go?
You're okay? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, is green on?
Yeah, but yeah, that's real simple.
Your kids? Are they gone?
Yeah. Let them have go.
across all the,
One's on.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Test, test.
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, testing. Erin.
Mic check. Mic check. Right. Mic check. Nope. Do you hear it? Testing.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Is your
No.
microphone on?
Can you hear? Yes, I can hear myself. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. This is a public comment hearing.
Try it again.
Good. Okay,
Ooh.
there we go. Good afternoon. This is a public comment hearing hosted by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. This is for docket number 25-00060 UT. And this is a matter where
P&M submitted an application, a joint application to be acquired by Troy Parent Co., which is a subsidiary of Blackstone. We'll go ahead and get started with our public comment hearing. So first want to go over some logistical information, and then I'm going to turn it over to one of our members from our general counsel's office to give a little overview of the process. And then I'll look to see if my fellow commissioner, Pat O'Connell, has any comments. So thank you all for coming. We understand that this is an important case, and we value your input. So we want to hear from you. The first time we tried this, the room was not large enough. And so we're trying here again because we're dedicated to listening to what you have to say. So just quickly, logistically, I think the best process to have is to have one of our staff call up 5 people based on the sign-up sheet. You will each have 3 minutes to speak. And I do have our general counsel here who's going to help us enforce the 3-minute limit so that we can make sure we hear from everybody. So at this moment, I'm going to turn it over to Erin Lecocq from the Office of General Counsel at the PRC, and she'll go over a quick overview of our process.
Good afternoon. I wanted just to speak very quickly to describe the legal process that the commission has to follow in these merger and acquisition cases. Under the New Mexico Public Utility Act, and specifically section 62.612 and 62.613, a public utility may not sell or transfer its property or control of that property without prior approval from the Public Regulation Commission. The utility, in this case, PNM, filed an application to be acquired by Troy Parent Co., which is a subsidiary of Blackstone, with the commission back in September. And now under the Public Utility Act, the commission must consider the application. To do this, the commission holds a hearing where they take evidence that's presented from both the applicants and other parties intervening in the case. And after the hearing, the commission reviews the entire record and then determines whether to approve the proposed transaction. For this case, direct testimony from the intervening parties is due to the commission, the hearing examiners who are overseeing this case on March 25th. Rebuttal testimony is due April 10th, and the hearing is set to commence on May 4th. If you would like to watch the hearing, it will be streamed on the commission's YouTube channel. Public comment is a very important part of this process, and we do want to thank you for being here today. Additionally, we do not have a timer that you can see, and I apologize for that. So I will be having a timer on my phone, and I will cut you off at 3 minutes. I apologize in advance for cutting you off, but we're going to adhere strictly to 3 minutes today to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to add to the voices saying thank you for being here. Public comment is an important part of the process. We're kind of a new commission. We were constituted as a appointed body about 3 years ago now, and we're trying to do some things differently than the previous commission did. One of them is this. So we've had several public comment sessions on other cases. We've gone statewide. Remember sitting together, the 3 of us, in a room for 3 hours in Farmington and nobody showed up. And so what happened a couple of weeks ago was learning exercise, thought that, hey, now that we have office in Albuquerque, that'll help demystify the process, make what we do more accessible to folks. So we said, come on down to our office. Didn't expect the number of people who showed up. So that was experience. We learned. We're here. Glad you're here. Another thing that we've done intentionally is try to get public comment sessions before the parties that are going to build the evidentiary record in the case have filed their testimony. So as you just heard from Ms. Lecocq, all we have right now is the application and supporting testimony. Everybody else who's an intervener in this party will file testimony March 25th. So idea was just get what people think out there before that testimony gets filed. So it might have an impact, it might not, don't know, but at least there's an opportunity for this event to have an impact on the building of the evidentiary record. So again, that's part of why we're here. And then explain that bit of it because it's essential that we maintain a level of decorum while we're here together. Part of it is just we're all humans. We all want to learn from each other. I don't learn very well from somebody who's poking me in the eye or doing other things, but that's okay. I'm a public servant. I understand that's part of the job. Who this is not helpful for is Mr. Lee. So I don't know if you appreciate that, but for these public comment sessions, we have hired transcription service. So there will be a written down, electronically filed for everybody always to see record of what gets said here today. So any of you have hearing aids or know somebody who has hearing aids, think about how hard it is for them to hear when they got too many things coming from different directions into their ears. We want Mr. Lee to succeed in what we've asked him to do. In order for that to happen, we need one person talking at a time. He might ask you to slow down because, I mean, I'm kind of a slow talker, so he doesn't usually yell at me. But if you're reading from something that's written, you're going to speed up. So know that. So he might tell you to slow down. Again, all of these things might feel disruptive, annoying, but they're all for super good reason, which is not just we want to hear from you, but we want it to exist as something that matters through the pendency of this case, which again, as you heard from Ms. Lecocq, we are months away from a decision being made in this case. So anybody who came in thinking decision has already been made, I can tell you my contribution to that decision, it has not. So again, thank you for being here and looking forward to it.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And so I'm going to ask Patrick Rodriguez to go down the list, and he will call the first 5 people and if you could please get in line, and we'll take your comment in that order. And then once we go through those 5 people, I will ask him to call the next 5 people. I think that way we can have a more organized public comment process. So thank you in advance for your comments. And Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize ahead of time if I'm mispronouncing these names. So we'll start with Scotty Romberg, Teresa DeBacher, Ralph Rons, Roxanne Pacheco, and Land Ho. Just go ahead and line up behind the podium. I believe the microphone is already on. So.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Scotty Romberg. I'm a ratepayer in Albuquerque. I'm vice chair of Adelante Progressive Caucus. I come to you to ask questions that are of concern to me. In PNM, if PNM will continue to run a private utility company accountable to the PRC, and if Blackstone is the financial backing of PNM, is Blackstone accountable to the PRC, or are they only accountable to their stockholders? Number 2, if Blackstone wants to open a data center, since there are 12 proposed for this state already, the present utilities do not allow for enough power as needed, how do you as a PRC mandate that the microgrid built for the AI centers abide by the ETA and emissions requirements of 100% by renewables by 2045? Question 3, utility companies have a guaranteed return of 10%, a very profitable investment. What guarantees are there to make sure that New Mexico residents and businesses will also benefit from the very lucrative investment for Blackstone? Number 4, is it possible for the commission to consider allowing the state of New Mexico to be partial investor in the purchase of P&M, allowing the state to reap some of the returns so the money can be reinvested in infrastructure and benefits to the ratepayers, not just into our general fund? I ask these questions not for an answer today, but for you to consider while you make your decision. I also ask that you consider the welfare of over 500,000 New Mexicans who are ratepayers and entrusting you to work on our behalf. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Teresa DeBacker, and I live here in Albuquerque, and I am a P&M customer. A recent investigation by Bloomberg reveals a stark and urgent warning. In areas near large AI data centers, electricity costs are now as much as 267% higher than they were 5 years ago. Those increases are not absorbed by trillion-dollar tech firms. They are passed directly to households and small businesses. The result is rate shock, housing instability, and deepening energy poverty. As of May 2025, the very month it announced its intention to acquire P&M, Blackstone publicly touted managing an $85 million global data center platform with a land bank capable of supporting $125 billion in future growth. Blackstone emphasizes low vacancy rates and high barriers to entry as proof of its strong positioning. Blackstone does not currently own data centers in New Mexico, but its own documents state that QTS Realty Trust, which Blackstone acquired for $10 billion in 2021, is interested in developing data centers in the New Mexico market. This creates a profound conflict of interest. If Blackstone owns the monopoly electric utility and simultaneously expands energy-intensive data centers within that same territory, who bears the cost of new generation, transmission upgrades, and reliability investments? The Bloomberg analysis shows the answer is ratepayers. AI data centers are uniquely power hungry. A single hyperscale facility can consume as much electricity as tens of thousands of homes. Meeting that demand requires billions in infrastructure, transmission lines, substations, new generation. Under the traditional utility model, those capital expenditures earn a guaranteed rate of return. The more spent, the more profit generated. That incentive structure, combined with Blackstone's aggressive global data center expansion strategy, creates powerful pressure to build and to bill. New Mexico is already a low-income state with high energy burdens. Many families spend disproportionate shares of income on utilities. If electricity prices were to rise even a fraction of the 267% increases documented elsewhere, the consequences would be devastating. Shutoffs, medical crises, business closures, and deeper poverty. The Commission's obligation under New Mexico law is to protect the public interest, not to facilitate an infrastructure build-out that primarily serves global AI platforms and private equity investors. This transaction cannot be evaluated in isolation from Blackstone's broader business model. The evidence shows that in regions where AI data centers expand rapidly, electricity prices follow. I urge you to deny approving the Blackstone merger because the Commission will not be able to provide binding protections that prevent New Mexico ratepayers from subsidizing Blackstone's global data center ambitions and associated costs. Thank you.
Hello, may I ask a couple questions before I'm on the clock? Real quick, I noticed that Commissioner Greg Neipert is not here. How will he be afforded, I guess, the same type of an exposure to all the comments and to the audience as the two of you are?
I failed to recognize that, and I had intended to. Commissioner Neibert will be on his way. He had a personal appointment before we scheduled this, and so he graciously said it's okay for us to start without him, but he'll be here soon.
Okay, and But any comments that are provided beforehand, he gets a chance to hear audio on them or?
It's,
the
this is
transcript?
all being streamed
Okay.
on YouTube and it will be out there for a long time.
Okay. And the other question is, I have a written copy of my comments. Do I provide them up here to you? Okay. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Rons, and I have lived in Albuquerque for more than 35 years, and I've been a customer of PNM all that time. I'm a member of Indivisible Albuquerque since 2017. I'm very concerned about the proposed acquisition of TXNM and PNM by Blackstone Infrastructure, as all of us in this room are. One of PNM's principal justifications for the proposed acquisition was given in testimony by PNM CEO Joseph Don Terry, who asserted there is more and more competition for the billions of dollars necessary for the predicted utility growth across the Western region and the country as a whole. That claim, however, does not withstand scrutiny when measured against PNM's own recent history and the realities of U.S. utility finance. PNM has repeatedly and successfully accessed capital from the largest and deepest asset market in the world, which is Wall Street. As regulated monopolies with guaranteed rates of return approved by state commissions, investor-owned electric utilities are among the most attractive and lowest risk investments in the capital markets. That is precisely why private equity firms such as Blackstone are eager to acquire them. Industry data undermines the claim that PNM faces a unique and growing capital constraint. U.S. investor-owned electric utilities are projected to invest more than $1.1 trillion between 2025 and 2029 in grid modernization, generation, and transmission, and they are successfully raising that capital through traditional debt and equity markets. These investments are being financed without the need for private equity control, demonstrating that access to capital is not a limiting factor for utilities operating under the regulated monopoly model. There is no evidence that in the record that PNM has been shut out of capital markets, forced to delay prudent investments, or unable to finance needed infrastructure under its existing ownership structure. In short, the assertion that increasing competition for capital justifies a private equity buyout is false. Stable revenues, regulated returns, and predictable growth are what make utilities attractive to capital markets in the first place. Because PNM can and does access capital markets today, the purported financing rationale for the Blackstone acquisition fails. The end goal of private equity, maximizing profit to shareholders, is not in harmony with the purposes of regulated electric utilities. I urge the PRC to keep TXM, NM, and PNM stable. Please don't expose PNM ratepayers to the well-documented risk of private equity ownership. Thank you.
My name is Roxanne Pacheco. I'm also a PNM ratepayer, and I'm also a member of Indivisible Albuquerque. Commissioners, Blackstone's proposal to buy PNM is not a case about a corporation trying to be a good public servant that helps us by keeping our electricity stable, reliable, and affordable. Blackstone's proposed acquisition is not about improving service, is not about increasing reliability in delivery of electric energy, is not about expanding clean energy for the good of our environment, is not about PNM's lack of access to capital, and is not about ensuring affordability to the 530,000 New Mexican customers who rely on PNM for their electricity. We are aware that the U.S. tech giants are racing against China to be the dominant player, excuse me, in this new era of AI. These tech giants are scrambling rapidly to expand their data centers, upgrade transmission lines, shore up the grid, buy up more land for more data centers, and access or acquire water rights for cooling these systems. As of now, the tech giants' data centers are powered by natural gas, 40%, solar and wind, 24%, nuclear 20%, and coal 15%. Data centers require massive amounts of energy to train and run AI models, simulation models. And those operate 24/7 and generate significant quantities of heat that then require a staggering amount of water to cool them. One data center in 1 year uses the same amount of electricity as 100,000 homes at this point. The largest data centers currently under construction are projected to use 20 times more energy, or the equivalent of what 2 million homes use. And this is according to the International Energy Agency. Project Jupiter alone seeks to access 2,400 acre-feet of water. That is roughly 780 million gallons of water per year. We live in a desert, and we are already facing a water shortage, if not crisis. You can look at the 50-year plan that was submitted to the governor a year ago for that information. So I ask, how can you commissioners even contemplate voting yes on this Blackstone proposal? Data centers are expensive to run. In 2025 alone, it's estimated that $580 billion was spent on AI data centers.
And I need to stop you. Thank you very much
Okay,
for your
thank you
comment.
very much, and I'll submit this.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Lam Ho, and I'm a current resident in East Downtown here in Albuquerque. I moved from Atlanta, Georgia in October of 2024 after growing up in the South. Working with lawyers at the Southern Environmental Law Center at the start of my career, I learned that Georgia faces one of the biggest energy burdens in the country. Imagine 6% of what you earn per year going to utilities. That's how I lived when my only option was Georgia Power. I believed things would be different when I left the state and became a writer and consultant here. When I moved to New Mexico, I instantly respected the way locals defend their right to public lands and affordable energy. This state has some of the most beautiful national parks, hiking trails, and vistas I've ever seen, and they all face constant threats. The people in this room with me now know this. The people in this room with me right now will not go down without a fight. What surprises me is that the proposal for Blackstone to acquire PNM has gotten this far, that with all of this opposition, in a time when affordability is a national crisis, we are still entertaining an ill-advised private equity takeover. We all know private equity benefits the rich, not the communities here today. We know that fossil fuels threaten a livable climate and the place we call home. I'm sure I'm not the only one here who wants more money in my pocket to pay for the ever-rising price of groceries and medicine. Corporate greed has no place when people living in New Mexico face a huge gap in medical care in a country that is robbing its people of opportunities to afford basic health care and insurance. Utilities should remain in the hands of people who understand what locals need and all that New Mexico has to offer when communities are trusted to identify and solve their own problems. Residents of New Mexico have no choice but to power their homes. We need utilities so we can live, work, and clothe our families. Please allow us to do exactly that, fairly and equitably. And please, I've already mourned Jersey Mike's thanks to Blackstone. Don't make me mourn my ability to affordably power my home, my business, and meals for my family too. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, before we go to that, I want to quickly do a check. Do we have any public officials currently present who would like to provide a comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any. It's another thing I meant to do in my introduction. Oh, we do? Okay.
Are you able to come up to the microphone just so everyone can hear you? Thank you.
Please state your name again too, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Markella Clinton. I'm a field representative with the mayor's office. So I was also able to attend the last public comment meeting that we all had, and I was able to take notes. So I am here taking notes, listening to the community's feedback, and I'm providing that information back to the mayor's office. So hello. If anyone has any questions for me, I will be sitting over here.
Thank you for being here. Patrick, can you please call the next 5 people?
Yes, Jonathan Tyrell, Twyla Courtney, Anna Jacobs, Rafe Juarez, and Max Pagano.
Chair Aguilera and Commissioner O'Connell. My name is Jonathan Terrell. I'm a PNM customer and a resident of Albuquerque. Thank you for the opportunity for the public to provide comment regarding Blackstone's acquisition of PNM. Public comment and transparency in your decision-making is critical to ensure the decisions you make are fair and representative of the people you are appointed to serve. I urge you to reject Blackstone's proposal to acquire PNM. Private equity firms like Blackstone are not fit to manage utilities. Instead of promoting the well-being of New Mexican ratepayers, they will pad the pockets of shareholders. Blackstone's acquisition of PNM will be bad for affordability, bad for the environment, and bad for New Mexico. As a born and raised Burqueño, I am proud of the strides that New Mexican state government has made to improve affordability and the resilience of our communities. Blackstone's acquisition would be a step backward for affordability. In San Diego, Blackstone raised rates up to 79% on residential properties. A 2022 Business Insider article said that Blackstone, to quote, was not worried about inflation because rents in the vast majority of its properties are rising even faster than inflation. Does this sound like a company that cares about its customers? I recently bought a home in Albuquerque. I'm excited to be a part of our community's growth and prosperity, and I know that Blackstone will be an obstacle to that future. Blackstone has prioritized investment in data centers, not ratepayer interests. In states like Virginia, Georgia, and cities like Memphis, data centers have become problems for their communities. They contribute to high air pollution, use lots of water, cause communities to miss out on billions of dollars of tax revenue, and promote a reliance on fossil fuels like oil and gas, which has already caused significant public health and environmental issues throughout New Mexico. Instead of higher costs for energy and the data center and fossil fuel projects that New Mexicans have already rejected, we demand investment in community-owned infrastructure. The PRC should review opportunities for community solar. The National Renewable Energy Lab's State and Local Planning for Energy Platform, or SLOPE for short, reveals that all counties, rural and urban, have the potential to match annual electricity demand with a combination of utility scale and rooftop solar. 89% of residential demand could be generated by rooftop solar alone in Bernalillo County. I can assure you that this will not be a priority for Blackstone. Please consider the long-term prosperity of New Mexicans in your decision, not a quick and easy economic boost from private equity. They will sell us out in the long term. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I wanted to thank you all for being here and giving us a second chance to voice our opinions. It means a lot to your community. My name is Twyla Courtney, and I would like to express my gratitude again for showing up today to listen to all of the hardworking people of New Mexico. First things first, if you can't see Mother Earth or mothers in general as being life givers, then we are already in big trouble. These words come from my heart, not AI. AI and private equity firms are disabling us. The Blackstone buyout is just one of many deals that are being considered without the permission from the people, and they aren't just happening in New Mexico. These deals are strategically being put before various states, including Arizona, Oregon, and many others. I want you to seriously consider what it would look like if our planet was run by artificial intelligence instead of human beings with love, compassion, and empathy. We live on sacred ground. Everybody has opinions, and I think everybody's opinions should be honored, including the people who work for the government. And thank you for giving that opportunity for the public servants to speak today. I'm a single mother. And and a full-time caregiver for my disabled mother, who was a registered nurse and worked her entire life to protect and care for the people of the community. She worked in the hospital for sick children, geriatrics, prisons, jails, and on reservations. I remember her driving me to reservations as a young girl to go visit sick people in their homes because she cared that much about her community. And my family is already running out of money, and we are already afraid of how we will survive. We all want to see our sacred land survive this buyout. I am just one story. Imagine the thousands of families encountering the same troubles because of big corporations coming in and stealing assets built on the backs of real people. Why are we building data centers and taking water, taking away from the land instead of providing money to our families that have already worked so hard to maintain what they've built their whole lives? I'm here on behalf of the elderly and our future generations to come. Our names hold power. The name Gregory means to be watchful. The name Gabriel means God is my strength, and the name Aguilera means the place of the eagles. Eagles serve as spiritual messengers carrying the prayers and thoughts of humans to the Creator. The ability to soar at high altitudes places them closest to the spirit world, making their presence a symbol of divine communication. Eagle feathers represent purity and connection. Many stories describe eagles as protectors who watch over the people and I believe your names all have been given to you to protect the people of New Mexico. Strength expresses itself through the eagle's powerful flight and commanding presence. The eagle is a symbol of courage. Many tribes view the eagle as a warrior's emblem, embodying bravery in the battle and endurance in hardship. There is a story that tells us that Serpent had the best of an eagle. When a man freed the eagle, Serpent put venom into the man's water, and eagle knocked it out of his hand, and man lived.
I'm so sorry I have to stop you. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Jacobs, and like the other person from Georgia, I'm a part-time, full-time resident of New Mexico. I have a place here and a place in Ohio. So let me tell you about Ohio and what's going on right now with their utility commission. I'm sure you guys are all aware of First Energy's House Bill 6, where ratepayers, taxpayers, homeowners, renters, even homeless people are paying into a system when they want to use a public bathroom for 50 cents or 60 cents or $1. I am now paying $6 a month for a nuclear regulatory plant that is in the state of Indiana. And so I urge all you guys from New Mexico to read about House Bill 6 and the Public Utility Commission and the House Speaker, who is now serving a 20-year sentence for taking bribes up to $60 million, creating a pact that allowed First Energy, who is a private company, and also let me tell you, Ohio has 4 utility companies. Cleveland Municipal Power, owned by the taxpayers. American Electric Power in the Columbus area region. Ohio Edison, Columbus and Cleveland area. And I am a customer of First Energy. So please do your due diligence. Look at what's happening with private companies and especially with the state of Ohio, because there are a lot of people that have lost money, are serving sentences, and can give us some insight into how privatization of utility companies really work. Thank you.
Members of the commission, my name is Rafe Juarez, and I am a 27-year-old veteran living in Albuquerque, and I am a PNM ratepayer. I am here in opposition to the proposed acquisition of PNM by Blackstone, and I urge you to reject this buyout. Electricity is not just a service, it is a lifeline for our families and communities. Affordable, reliable power is essential not only for cooling homes and keeping our families safe during New Mexico's hot summers, but also for storing life-saving medications like insulin and supporting daily household needs. Any rate increases that result from this acquisition could threaten health, safety, and basic living conditions far beyond what people might immediately think of when considering an energy bill. I am personally concerned because my partner relies on insulin, which must remain refrigerated at all times. If electricity rates rise beyond what we can afford, his health and safety could be directly jeopardized. This illustrates why energy affordability is not just about bills, it's a matter of public health, safety, and basic well-being. Blackstone is a global private equity firm whose entire business model is built on maximizing profits, and that model raises serious concerns about whether they will prioritize long-term affordability, transparency, or community well-being for the 550,000 plus New Mexicans who depend on PNM. If Blackstone takes over, ratepayer funds could be diverted to maximize shareholders' profits and support the firm's other ventures, including AI data centers and other energy-intensive industry projects, instead of serving the community. Under New Mexico law, utility acquisitions must serve the public interest. This proposal fails that test. The temporary benefits to customers are limited, uncertain, and short-lived, while the long-term risks, higher rates, decreased accountability, and profit-driven decision-making are substantial. I urge the commission to reject this acquisition. Families and communities across New Mexico cannot afford to take this risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And for those who just walked in, we're taking 5 people at a time based on the sign-up sheets. And so I had Patrick read the next 5 names. And then after we're through with those, then we'll go on to the next 5. Also want to recognize that we have Commissioner Nybert here, who was able to join us now after a personal appointment that he had. So thank you for being here, and we'll go ahead and continue with the public comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Max Pagano, and I'm a graduate student here at UNM and an organizer in my union, the United Graduate Workers of UNM. I'm a PNM customer, and I live and work in Albuquerque. I feel very grateful and blessed to call Albuquerque, which is such a beautiful place, so rich with community, my home. For the record, I also would like to state that there are about 75-ish people by last count in the room. I know not everyone will be giving comment, but I just wanted to also record that many people came to support these efforts. So my union represents about 1,500 teaching assistants like myself, research assistants, and other graduate workers at the university, which is the largest public employer in the state. We earn poverty wages to do the essential work that makes this university run. And most of the people that I know here in New Mexico are renters. And we all know that we live in one of the poorest states in the country. Housing costs, grocery costs, and the cost of medical treatment have exponentially increased in the last few years, but wages, on the other hand, have not. Working people cannot afford for essential services like electricity to become privatized, which will likely lead to higher electricity costs and worse service. Huge companies like Blackstone are not concerned with the well-being of the people of New Mexico and are in no way, shape, or form accountable to us. The private monopolization of our utilities puts working people at the mercy of corporations who have no conscience whatsoever, and their only motivator is just to make more money. And they are not motivated to provide good quality services to the majority of people or to respect and protect the beautiful environment that sustains us. These services should be run for the public good, not as potential investments that would only increase the wealth of billionaires at our expense. I very, very strongly urge you to reject this proposed acquisition of PNM. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm next.
I don't think so. Sorry, sir. And just want to, prioritize how people came in line out of respect. So Patrick, can you give us the next 5 names?
Yes, Chris Jones, Kayla Bryant, Joachim Stuckham, Leandra Schuler, and Jeff Diamond.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm going to do something just a bit different. Maya Angelou said, if someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Here is a sample of Blackstone showing us who they are. 1, Blackstone Company was fined for using child labor. 102 children were working a night shift in a slaughterhouse, cleaning dangerous equipment. Some were injured. 2, as we speak today, 2 Blackstone companies are clear-cutting the Amazon forest, contributing to deforestation and climate change. 3, recently Blackstone was charged with SEC violations, pled guilty, and paid $12 million in fines. And in a separate case, a Blackstone analyst was charged with insider trading. 4, after the collapse of the housing market in 2008, Blackstone purchased 50,000 homes across the United States, mostly foreclosures that they then turned into rentals, driving up rents in targeted communities. 5, in 2018, Jamal Khashoggi, a US-based journalist, was assassinated, strangled, his body cut up with a bone saw. His body was never found. Later that same year, the CIA concluded that Mohammed bin Salman, the current monarch of Saudi Arabia, had ordered the assassination. The following year, Saudi Wealth Fund, controlled by bin Salman, purchased $20 billion in Blackstone Infrastructure Partners, the same company that is purchasing P&M today, or they would like to. So let's be clear. Blackstone went into business with MBS after it was known that he had ordered the murder of a journalist. There is a Mexican proverb, tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. The same proverb is true about who we do business with as well. Blackstone does not have the same basic human values that we hold and require for any business partner here in New Mexico. I urge you to reject the application.
Sir, would you state your name, please?
Chris Jones.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, mine's going to be a little different too. My name is Kayla Bryant. I'm a student, a mom, a wife, a local business owner here with my husband in New Mexico, and a P&M ratepayer. A company I worked for was consumed by private equity. Employee salaries stagnated, demands for productivity increased, profit margins and surveillance were a priority. Layoffs followed every year, usually around Christmas time, to support these profits. Conferences I go to now for education are crawling with private equity, looking for their next victims. Blackstone invests heavily in artificial intelligence. Data centers threaten land and water resources around the world. New Mexico does not have the resources to support this endeavor. The co-owner of Blackstone, Steven Schwartzman, is a major donor of Trump and continued to donate after the attack on our nation's capital on January 6, 2021. He's also listed in the Epstein files. I read the Lorax to my son often, and when the last of the truffula tree is cut down, he says, "Oh no," every time. Protecting this land, which is native land, protecting our neighbors, protecting our water and air, is what New Mexico residents want. The mayor of New York said recently, when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth, for billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations, not because people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice their liberties in hope of getting something to eat. To P&M, Texas New Mexico Energy, and the PRC, I understand that you are tired. Let us slow down and find a solution that is beneficial for all of us as a community. New Mexico residents and Americans are tired of this economic violence. We, the people, reject the logic of profit, and we take care of one another. We, the people, we will build a democratic economy. And to quote Dr. Seuss, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. And there are no more seeds to plant once the water is gone. If you'd like a copy of the Lorax by Dr. Seuss, I will happily send you one before the May 4th hearing. Please reject this acquisition. I guarantee you whatever promises they are making, it is not worth it. It may be dollars, but in my mind, it's blood on your hands.
My name is Jaqua. I'm a PNM customer. And I would like to ask you guys to please not sell PNM to Blackstone. I wanted to remind everybody that we are all PNM customers, and Blackstone has to make money for the shareholders. As customers, they make money from us. They have to make money. It has to go up every single quarter for all of eternity. Your bills will go up every quarter until the end of time. And how much? However they want to choose, because guess what? We're playing Monopoly and they won. We're trying to stop it, but they own everything. They own our homes, they own our hospitals, they own data centers, they own apparently the forest. If we let them get their hands on more stuff, it will never stop. Trump just fired the woman who was not even stopping the antitrust. It's very frustrating, but he fired her for doing very little to stop corporate the trust. No one's stopping monopolies anymore. And President Trump just told us housing prices are not coming down. Everything's going up. Let's not help it. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. I'm here again as a New Mexican lifelong resident, and for the different communities I care about. We have family throughout the whole state of New Mexico, and this affects everyone in New Mexico because PNM is a monopoly. I want to remind you that we are going to have a new governor soon, and things will change. And what I've heard from the administration is they're going to do everything they can so a state cannot fight back on AI at all. So it's up to us to just not even let it come into our state. AI is coming if Blackstone comes. That's the whole reason they want to buy PNM. If they buy PNM, they will have their AI and they're going to prioritize that, because any company trying to get money for their investors is going to put the priority on the AI energy. It's going to be a lot of energy and water, but mostly energy, and the ratepayers are going to cover it. There's a really good article in the New York Times where states that have already done it are fighting back now when they're trying to expand on the AI centers. And another great point they bring up is, are they going to be obsolete after we invest in them and then those centers get left as empty buildings? What are we going to do if they just up and leave? We'll have no recourse. And we had brought a case against PNM, and there was no way to find a lawyer who would go against PNM. So if PNM's that strong, Blackstone, who has things all over the world, is really going to be able to overpower us. So if we stop it now in its tracks, we don't have to worry about that backlash. I ask that you really think of the families here. We don't want to move. And then will our homes be able to be sold if we have no energy, no water? How will we ever get to move on, even if this is a huge mistake, if we do that to our people here in New Mexico? Please say no to Blackstone and private equity. Thank you.
One moment, sir. We're calling people based on the order they signed up. Oh, you were in line.
Yeah, he was
I'm
paying
so
attention.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry, I didn't.
I don't do lines so well.
Please go ahead.
I was a former school teacher. I know all about lines. I just want to say that you all have children, you probably may have grandchildren someday. And what will you tell your children? How did you vote for or against what you're being presented with? I won't give you any facts. I'm just concerned about young children that can't make a decision, but your decisions will affect them. Thanks.
Oh,
Jeff Diamond.
Okay, and so I will, before I ask Patrick to read the next 5 names, just want to recognize again that we do have somebody transcribing this, and so that it can go into the record, and so they will need a break in about a half hour. Okay, so we'll take these next 5 names, and then we'll take the next 5 names, and then we'll give our stenographer a break. Patrick, please go ahead.
Okay. Scott Davis, Patrick Jaramillo, Martin or Marion Roll, and Carleen Andersol and Kuvini Scanlon. And just a reminder, please just state your first and last name before you speak.
great. My name is Scott Davis, and thank you very much. Really appreciate you listening to us. I'm actually a ratepayer in Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, but a lot of my family, my friends, my neighbors are PNM ratepayers. So I'm here for them, and also knowing that if this happens with PNM, Jemez will be next. It'll just keep going. I looked y'all up on the web, right? I said, what is this PRC? And I saw in your values statement, it said serving the public interest. And that made me feel good. I'm thinking, all right, these guys can hear me, can hear us, what we're talking about. Then I looked up Blackstone to see what they're about. And it says right there on their website, it says who we serve. And the first name listed is institutional investors. And you know, I know, that means Wall Street. That's money. That's the big business. So when push comes to shove, they've already told us who their priority is. Their priority is Wall Street. Their priority is shareholder value and not the people of New Mexico. And at some point, I mean, y'all are involved in business and government. You understand that hard decisions happen. You're faced with a choice. And when they're faced with a choice over New Mexicans' well-being and shareholder value, they will choose shareholder value. It's not a secret. It's not a conspiracy. It's not rocket surgery. It's just what they do. It's their business. And your business is to serve the interests of the public in New Mexico. And I ask you, please do that and reject this acquisition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Jaramillo. I am a lifelong resident of New Mexico. I've been a ratepayer and for PNM my whole adult life. I'm gonna be brief. There's nothing I'm gonna say that hasn't been said by the people here today, that wasn't said by the other day. But I just want the opportunity to look you all in the eyes and give my public comment. Somebody earlier mentioned some of the power of names, and I think that's really important. And I just wanted to say that it was a flip of a coin. My parents almost named me Greg. I was baptized Patrick, and I was confirmed Gabriel. So I'm here to tell you, as a flesh and blood, as a New Mexican, as a human being, trying to live my life and raise my kids in this town, in this place. But the previous speaker said it. He said it perfectly. Blackstone works for their shareholders, not for the ratepayers. I'm not going to litigate this here. I'm going to be brief. So I'm just going to look at you all. Do not sell us out to Wall Street predators. Don't sell us out. God help you if you do.
Tough act to follow. My name's Martin Rowell, Rowell. Mr. Chairman, in a previous hearing, you asked for facts relevant to that case. You wanted, as to paraphrase, well, let me do it again. You wanted the public to help you help us. And I understand your point. We'll try to be relevant, But unfortunately, in this case, Blackstone's got no experience running public utilities. And as you know, these purchases are irreversible decisions. In unanimously rejecting the P&M of Vanguard merger in 2021, the previous elected commission decided that it did not sufficiently protect ratepayers or even clearly serve the public interest. That decision safeguarded New Mexicans from a deal that could not be undone. Short-term bill credits and promises cannot justify a permanent transfer of control to a private equity firm, a firm whose primary obligation is to investors, not to taxpayers, ratepayers. And when long-term customer protection is uncertain, the correct decision is to say no. Thank you for your time.
Hello, commission members. My name is Carlene Anderson. I have lived in Albuquerque since I was 2 years old, and I'm here today to speak against the acquisition and merger of P&M. Utilities play a critical role in maintaining health, safety, and economic development. This acquisition of P&M puts our health, safety, and economic development at risk. 50% of New Mexican households make less than the median income of $67,000. 18% of our population lives under federal poverty lines. Currently, we are in an affordability crisis with this recent tax on goods and the already rising costs of energy, housing, and healthcare. Most households in New Mexico are on the razor's edge of being houseless and homeless. If Blackstone is allowed to acquire P&M, prices will go up. Blackstone is willing to pay a 30% premium over the current stock price, and our regulators will most likely approve a higher return on equity that allows Blackstone to charge more for services already paid for. What will not be regulated is the added increased price from every dollar Blackstone spends on a new transmission line or a solar farm. The cost is added to the rate base, which is another increase to the cost to the consumer. In addition to the increased prices that are unregulated costs, they will add like environmental riders or grid modernization surcharges, cost of services charges, overhead cost charges, and the cost of debt recovery that will be passed on to the New Mexican consumer. In short, private equity leads to price gouging, rolling blackouts, reduction in quality of service, most likely mass layoffs for P&M employees, as we become their captive consumers with no choice and no voice. I'm calling for the regulation commissions to reject this acquisition. If we want to ensure that we have a voice and choice for generations to come, along with the health and safety and well-being of our communities, we need a public takeover of our utilities and not private equity that puts profit over people. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Hi, my name is Cynthia. I've actually switched spots with Kuveni because I have to get back to work. But I wanted to make time, as so many people here have, to speak. I'm born and raised in Albuquerque, almost 3 decades. I'm sure people have many more years behind them than I do living here. And probably just as me, has watched how unaffordable our state has become because we keep selling it out to private companies. And now we're here talking about selling our power grid to private equity, which we know everybody here has given you so many facts today to talk about how allowing Blackstone to buy P&M, to have this monopoly over us, is only going to hurt us in the long term. And this idea that it's going to have some kind of economic impact that's positive for us is wrong and incorrect. And we have to acknowledge that. The three of you have to acknowledge that. You're not even democratically elected right now, but we have to trust that you will make the right decision for us. And even though the more that I learn about this, and almost like the ground that's been laid to make sure that it's almost less democratic to have our word in there, or have people that we feel will have our backs, the more important it is for us to speak here today and ask you guys to not say yes to Blackstone, to buying out P&M. We know, like everybody else has said here, that private equity is not looking out in our interests. It is your responsibility. You are quite literally right now seem to be the last line, really, of defense for our people, for our communities, and for our futures. And I hope you really feel that weight on your shoulders, because you need to, because the people who are going to bear this burden in the future, should you allow Blackstone to buy P&M, is going to be us. It's going to be our children. It's going to be our grandchildren. Just like people have said before, They have to do things for their stockholders, for their shareholders, right? They have to raise the prices. That's why they're trying to buy P&M. It's secure. We always are going to need energy. We're always going to need to keep our lights on, to keep our refrigerators running for our food, for our medicine. We're always going to need those things. And that's why it's secure for them to try and buy us out right now. I hope you make a good example in showing that New Mexico will not be bought by private equity, that you will stand for the people of this state, and you will tell Blackstone no, and you will not sell our power to them. Thank you.
Your name, please.
My name is Cynthia Rodriguez.
Thank you. Patrick, can you please call the next 5 names?
Okay, Kuvani Scanlon, Livy Garcia, Alex Stevenson, Cindy Bora, and Zane Dixon.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Kuveni Scanlon. I have waited here for about an hour to speak, and I have not heard a single person unequivocally support this buyout. The public opinion is clear. Please listen to us. You will keep hearing the same things over and over again. That is because this is what we feel, this is what we believe, and this is what we know. As Burqueños and as New Mexicans, we do not want this buyout to go through. I am a longtime resident of Albuquerque, a voting citizen, and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am here to express my and my community's deep opposition to Blackstone acquiring P&M. Blackstone is attempting to position themselves as a monopoly in the energy sector. As we all know, Blackstone is also heavily involved in unethical renting practices. If this acquisition was to go through, Blackstone would have control over electric grid modernization in New Mexico, funds allocated towards earth-saving renewable energy, and the decision to support behemoth power consumers such as the AI data facility currently being built in Las Cruces. As a private equity firm, Blackstone has no interest in the well-being of poor working-class people in New Mexico or elsewhere. Blackstone has demonstrated this through their unethical and appalling business decisions of the past, such as soaring rent hikes in family and student apartments, evictions, and supporting gentrification all over the United States. Furthermore, Blackstone has demonstrated their utter disregards towards morality and humanity through their billions of dollars of investment in Israeli property and technology development. We as a country are well aware of the pitfalls of privatization of our energy grids. Puerto Rican people have spent weeks in the dark with no way to charge their phones or operate basic appliances due to the money-hungry strategies of privatization of their energy grid. This will happen in New Mexico. It will happen because companies like Blackstone are only driven by profit and greed for profit. Blackstone is making empty promises to New Mexicans without any proof that they will fulfill these promises. Us, the working people of Albuquerque, demand that Attorney General for the New Mexico Department of Justice and NMPRC say no to this acquisition by Blackstone and no to privatization of property. Thank you.
So my name is Olivia. I'm a resident, a student, and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I think it's important to be upfront about what this acquisition is about. It's about profit. Blackstone is one of the largest private equity firms in the world. Their legal obligation is to their investors. If they acquire P&M, every major decision about our electricity will be filtered through the question, how does it maximize returns? Utilities are allowed to increase our rates to fund expansion, meaning residents already absorb much of the cost. The only barrier to unchecked hikes is the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, whose members are appointed by the governor. Handing control to Blackstone would layer profit maximization and political influence on top of a system that already lets companies charge us for growth. Blackstone is the largest landlord in the United States. Across the country, corporate landlords have driven rent hikes, opposed rent control, and accelerated displacement. We've seen what happens when essential needs like housing are financialized. Albuquerque families are already struggling with rising rents and utility bills. Why would we hand control of another essential service to the same corporate model? Utilities are attractive to private equity because they're stable. People can't opt out of electricity. Legally, to move into an apartment, you have to show proof of utilities. That makes it a guaranteed revenue stream. That isn't a risk investment for Blackstone. And when private equity firms acquire utilities, they often pursue large-scale infrastructure projects and major industrial customers because those justify bigger expansions and bigger returns. Whether or not they prioritize everyday residents won't even be a concern. We deserve an energy system built around community needs, not investor returns. As someone who lives here, pays a P&M bill, and has family and friends that feel the same way, I'm asking you to reject this acquisition. Our grid, our rates, and our energy future should not be controlled by a global private equity firm. Electricity is not a luxury, it's a public necessity and a right, and it should be governed in the public interest.
There was one other person first, but maybe not. Hi there, my name is Cindy Baura, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I know how hard it is to listen to so many people who feel so passionate, so I really appreciate your time. I've learned a great deal here already. I just found out about this meeting yesterday, so I haven't done my research and done a lot of footwork to be prepared for this, and I've only kind of heard Wind of Blackfoot and is it Blackwell? Blackstone. So many blacks. Blackstone. And that they might be coming in with these big, huge operating systems that we know we can't really support. I don't know about you, but I know for me that we've had outages where, the power's been out for anywhere from 5 minutes to several hours. That's usually in the summer more frequently, but it has already been happening, that we don't already have as strong of a setup as we should, and that we're working towards that. So my main question, so many other people said some questions, and I've just written a few notes. The main question I had was how and why did we get here? Why are we here? And if I understand correctly from Ms. Lecocq, is that they made a proposal and that we had to address it. So I'm hoping in the long run that our commission stays strong and is strong and looks out for our best interests, because it's pretty obvious that most people feel strongly that they are not going to bring benefits to our state, that it's going to make it harder. Certainly, I'm sure there's the sell of, oh, it'll be jobs, but at what cost? So please stay strong, be strong, and do not sell out to them. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, my name is Alex Stevenson. I'm here today with two of my children. I didn't plan it that way, but I don't have control over your schedule and their daycare was closed. But it's really just as well because it's important for them to be there. It's their future that's at stake, and I'm not raising them to be passive in the face of an elite class of tycoons who's attempting to take control of every aspect of our lives and squeeze it for more and more profit. Commissioners, I want to speak to you very directly today, man to man. So I was preparing for this session. I was gathering all my evidence to present to you as if this was some kind of legal case being decided on the basis of objective facts. And I do, in fact, have that evidence that Blackstone is a toxic company treating human beings and their physical and social needs like a commodity to be mined for profit. And so do the hundreds of people, as you've already heard testifying. In fact, as I walked in, I found a really good comprehensive pamphlet that goes through all of this in great detail. But here's the thing. I don't know if it's actually effective at this point to talk to you about that because I've read your bios. Y'all are very well educated people. You're very informed and you all already know these things. I'm not going to speak to you. I'm not going to try and explain things to y'all the way I explain them to my children who don't really have all the context to understand these things. The fact that this acquisition has gotten even this far really is an insult to all of us who live in this state, who rely on public utilities to live our lives and raise our families. The terms of the deal themselves are insulting. According to the website, we're being told that 3.5% reduction in residential energy bills for 4 years is being offered, as if a few extra dollars a month is a reasonable trade for handing over control of our public resources to New York City financial elites. They They are dabbing on us. They are spitting in our faces. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that I want y'all to go back and ask for a better deal. The bigger issue here is that this corporation is entirely untrustworthy. The acquisition shouldn't even be entertained. They've proven that over and over again. They cheat, they deceive people who they make deals with. And attempting good faith negotiations with them is really just going to make you look like a fool. To draw from current events, and I'm really sorry to make this comparison, but it would be like someone coming to me and saying that I should hire Ghislaine Maxwell to babysit my kids because she's well connected and can give them great opportunities. Again, I'm sorry for that, but it's really a fair comparison to what this deal represents. And it's also not entirely relevant because I just found out last week that the owner of Blackstone was in fact a Jeffrey Epstein associate. Putting our public resources in the hands of that network brings a great amount of shame and embarrassment. At the end of the day, though, all of us who are alarmed enough to take time out of our days to come and give these comments have to reckon with the reality that the decisions for making this deal go all the way through may have already happened. It might give us some sense of satisfaction that we can come to a session like this and have our voices heard, but the truth is that nothing about these public comment sessions is binding.
And I'm
as soon as
so
we know
sorry,
that-
sir. I need to stop you.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank you.
much for your comment.
Got the rest of the moment.
Okay, we're gonna, as I mentioned earlier, we're gonna take the comment and then our stenographer needs a break.
Hello, commissioners. My name
Let's
is
let-
Zan
allow this
Dixon,
person to give a comment.
and there's an out. Hello, commissioners. My name is Zan Dixon, and I come to you today as an educator and organizer, but most importantly, a PNM ratepayer. There's not a lot I can say today that others have not said, and I'm not going to come with a lot of facts as there's been a lot of information that's already been presented today. I, along with everyone else here today, strongly oppose the unjust Blackstone takeover of PNM. I first want to say that I love New Mexico and the folks who populate it. I truly believe this is the best place in America. And what makes it that is the community and the people here. And it's because truly everyone here loves each other. You know, we're here to support each other. We're here to be with each other and look out for each other. And you here today have a job serving us to do the same. And I truly believe that if you know that is what New Mexico is, Blackstone is not New Mexico. Blackstone is a private equity firm that is dedicated to the exploitation and the extraction of the most marginalized communities. That is a company that does not value New Mexicans. It does not value this land of enchantment, but it is excited to make money and capital off of sacred lands and the suffering of those who reside on it. I ask why is even being considered to value money, profit, and capital over the lives of New Mexicans, over our water, over our land, over the thing that makes this state great and makes the people here happy, you know, makes it whole. And I really just wonder why this is something that we even have to come here to public comment on. And I ask you today to imagine one more thing, and I would like you to imagine yourselves as the enemy of the people of New Mexico, as the people who decide that our state and the people need to be sold off to private equity that wants to profit off of our labor, wants to profit off of our everything, our existence, our water, everything. And I just wonder why that is even something that you can contemplate and think is something that is okay. So yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Xandix. I don't know.
Okay, so now it's time for the break that our stenographer needs. So we'll be back at 2:25. Yeah.
Feel free to signal me if you ever need to walk outside.
Yeah.
On the walk.
I think we're all right.
Yeah, that should be good.
Although, Maggie, this is still one of my favorite things.
But it's announced.
Yeah.
I'm keeping that way.
You know what's funny? I was actually thinking about camera poles, but no, I didn't think it meant the other kind of pole. Watch
Yeah.
why they mean that other kind of pole. Keep it down.
I do not appreciate the idea and for waking up and you seem to be more docile.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on. Thank you all for your patience. We'll continue with the public comment hearing. Patrick, can you please call the next 5 people?
Okay, Kristen Ackerson, Ellis Merrill, James Shanley, Juan Reynosa, and Zia Udell. And before you speak, go ahead and provide your first and last name. Thank you.
My name is Kristen Ackerson. I've lived in Sandia Heights for 20 years, and there's a colonizer in my neighborhood. Well, at least one. It's coming for everybody in this room. Its name is Blackstone, and they're burning the ships. I'm alluding, of course, to Cortez, who prevented mutiny by making return to Europe impossible for his soldiers. The only path to survival, the story goes, lay in conquest, and that is where we are today. Since 2010, the Bernalillo County Electric Facilities Plan has recommended a new substation and transmission lines to support projected growth that has now occurred on Paseo del Norte from I-25 East to Ventura. PNM contracted to purchase cheaper residential property just west of Tramway for the substation, once in a failed 2021 attempt that went to district court, and again last year. PNM got a twofer, rewarding shareholders with this cheaper residential property and preserving high prices for commercial property further west where the need actually occurs. I don't have time to tell you about all the dirty tricks PNM has pulled in this substation fight because Blackstone is coming for us all. Unless you think this is not your NIMBY hill to die on and not what we're talking about here, listen, because this is the ships burning part. PNM made a deal with North Albuquerque Acres Community Association to run the 115 kilovolt transmission line down Tramway through Sandia Heights and within 50 feet of 40 bedrooms. Aside from the increased health costs, my neighbors and I believe it will cost more than the other proposed routes and locations because it requires a longer transmission line. It has to twist and turn twice over Tramway, and every time it does that, that's burning money. Why did PNM choose a route with more risk and more cost after pinching pennies for decades? For one thing, the 20 residential acres PNM would like to capture leaves room for a lucrative data center build out. And the other reason, well, 10% return on equity for capital expenditures. The more they spend, the more they can charge you, me, and every ratepayer after they increase rates to match the national average. Blackstone can easily afford to spend extra millions on this infrastructure. It's a feature, not a bug. It's a gold-plated grid New Mexicans will pay for. It's a burned ship enslaving every taxpayer.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Please attend the Bernalillo County Commission meeting
Ma'am.
on May 12th and tell PNM they can't burn the ships.
Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Ellis Merrill. I'm a lifelong resident of Albuquerque and a PNM ratepayer. I'm here because I'm concerned about the future of New Mexico. I'm concerned that since Blackstone's business model is one of quick returns in a short period of time, we will just see them cut corners for profit and raise rates for communities that are already struggling between rising food prices, rising housing prices, and stagnating wages. I also worry about the future of Blackstone, who is invested in AI data centers when New Mexico does not have the resources to support them. But a lot of other people have already come up here with these facts. So I just want to share my human experience. I love New Mexico, and I want our public utility to stay in public hands. And for the future, because once we sell to a giant company, there's no going back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is James Shanley. I am the Vice President of the District 7 Coalition of Neighborhood Associations. I want to applaud your proactive and extended efforts to provide every possible opportunity for New Mexicans to speak on this matter. I had the opportunity at the Roundhouse last Friday to hear comments from multiple state senators and representatives relating to the Blackstone acquisition, and I was impressed, even a bit encouraged, by the uniformity of their expressed confidence in the PRC to decide this matter in the public interest. That is no small responsibility you carry, to thoroughly review and evaluate the potential conflicts that will manifest in a privatized PNM buried within the asset portfolio of the world's largest private equity fund, whose investors, by the way, include the New Mexico State Investment Council, tasked with maximizing return on $71 billion of sovereign wealth. As a public company, Blackstone's overriding fiduciary obligation will be maximizing returns on those investments. In that context, they will also be tasked with organizing, prioritizing resources and spending, and reporting to you the financials of PNM to secure rate increases while remaining in compliance with guidelines imposed on public utilities. That's a troubling tug in opposite directions. There is nothing in PNM's relatively strong financials to suggest it cannot secure funds for needed capital investments. Though it has 1.3 trillion funds under management, in funds under management, Blackstone does not control all the money on earth. There are oceans of capital seeking targets for investment with sizable return without requiring ownership and control. If TXNM and PNM was not a valuable prize, Blackstone would not be trying to buy it. Its potential transition to privatization and out-of-state ownership and control understandably triggers a passionate reaction and opposition from the public, in whose service PNM in name is committed to serve. I thank you again this time in advance for the burden you will carry over the coming months in serving the public trust. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? My name is Juan Reynoso, and I'm a local engineer here. Yep. My name is Juan Reynoso, and I'm a local engineer here. So my biggest concern with this is if private equities can just publicly own public utility companies, why is it so hard for us and all the residents in here to privatize their own personal energy? Because the way that the municipal codes are and the building codes are for the city of Albuquerque, it's dang near impossible for us to just buy our own solar panels, our own batteries, and then have our own separate energy away from the grid. Every single local solar company here will not allow you to do that because of the way the codes are written. So my comment is, if you guys are going to go with the purchase, I would just suggest an alternative. And my alternative will be for the state itself to purchase the utility company, which is it is legal for that to happen. A good example of that would be Los Angeles Power and Utility Companies owned by the state of California. So there's no law preventing it. It would just require some legislative work on your guys' part. And if you guys are going to go with the purchase and scratch that route, then at least make it easier for us to privatize our own separate energy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zia Udell, and I hate public speaking, but I'm here today because this is very important. And I also realize that it's difficult for all of you to sit here for hours and actively listen to the same arguments over and over, but you're hearing the same arguments because these arguments are all very important. I was born and raised in New Mexico. I went out of state for college, but I decided to come back because of a hope that I would have a future in New Mexico. I'm 24 years old, and this buyout is speaking to my biggest fears about the possibility of beginning a future in the state of New Mexico. Blackstone, one of the world's largest private equity firms, has extensive holdings in fossil fuels, and as many people have mentioned, an invested agenda in pushing AI data centers, which are already draining the life out of communities. They are actively playing a role in environmental degradation. They're known to incentivize layoffs and increase costs on customers, as well as negatively impact human health and environmental conditions. Our air quality, our water quality, and our water resources are all at threat here. This is not just this moment, this is the beginning of something much worse. The best thing for New Mexicans is to keep our energy out of the hands of private equity. PNM allegedly has a commitment to clean energy sources and jobs, which will all be undermined by selling to Blackstone. Keeping our energy in the hands of New Mexicans would preserve and create new jobs, whereas Blackstone would incentivize layoffs, as many people have already mentioned. It would also ensure greater transparency and accountability to New Mexicans, which private equity does not have. It would also preserve our agency to continue to pursue sustainable and clean energy initiatives, again, all of which are undermined by private equity. As a young person trying to start a life in the state of New Mexico, I implore you to say no to this. This is a really easy chance for you all to do the right thing for New Mexico, its people, its land, and our future. Thank you for your time.
Patrick?
Okay. Next five, we have Matt Dodson, Molly Taylor, Darcy Bushnell, Blake Eliason, and Ricky Palmer.
Would have to be in order of how it was called. You can self-manage. All right.
No, just, yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Grant. My name is Blake Eliason. I live in Albuquerque. Good afternoon, Commissioner Aguilera, Commissioner Nybert, and Commissioner O'Connell. Thank you for hosting this public comment on the merger of PNM's parent with Troy Parent Co., a subsidiary of Blackstone Infrastructure. I am an economics researcher, and I specialize in issues of market power and industrial organization, which makes me feel compelled to speak today against the proposed merger. The firms proposing the merger may claim that this merger would lead to greater economies of scale in the power distribution market, and by extension would increase output and or lower prices for consumers. This logic would then, in traditional merger and acquisition jargon, be considered pro-competitive. I'm here to contest this claim and state that this merger is anti-competitive. PNM already has an established monopoly over the power distribution market across New Mexico, and they are regulated by this commission. PNM has set forward in the bills that establish this commission is bound by decisions, PNM has set forward in the bills that establish and maintain the authority of this commission is bound by decisions made by this commission to enhance consumer welfare. The logic of the establishment of this commission dictates that PNM cannot be trusted by itself to optimize for the welfare of its customers. And so the state of New Mexico must step in and be an advocate for the customers of PNM. If PNM is acquired by a Blackstone subsidiary, the power of this commission to regulate the market for the distribution of power in this state will be severely diminished. Approving this merger will enhance the power of the subjects this commission regulates while keeping the power of the commission constant, thereby relatively diminishing the power of the commission. If this power imbalance were to come to fruition, PNM as a subsidiary of Blackstone would be emboldened to optimize for the interests of its shareholders at the expense of its customers, because we are a captive market. By definition, we cannot vote with our feet and leave this marketplace. That is the reason it is vital for this commission to not approve this merger. For the reasons of this commission maintaining its power to optimize for consumer welfare and for customers to maintain fair and equal access to power, it is in the best interest of this commission and the people whose interest they represent to halt this merger. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
the community needs involved. You have heard the opposing views of the majority of New Mexicans. I add my own no to Blackstone's acquisition of PNM. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Darcy Bushnell. I've been a resident for 50 years. I have watched the work of y'all and your predecessors for many, many years. And I have also observed that there are reasons behind the decisions that you make. Very often those don't relate to public input. I am concerned that, as has happened in other areas, that there may be payoffs. I am also concerned that you're following the dictate of the governor rather than listening to the people. It is my hope that you vote no. I don't have any sense that we will make a difference to you. Thank you.
All right. Patrick, next 5 names, please.
Sure. Matt Lipton, Susan Homer, Debbie Bryant, Isaac Cano, and BGD.
Hi, my name is Matt Lipton, and I just came to have my voice heard here. Wanted to say, wanted to voice my opposition to the takeover of PNM as a resident, customer, and scientist. I value the independence of this state and its people, and I am disgusted to see that these companies and regulators are selling us out for a quick profit. I want to see a sustainable future, and this is just clearly not the way forward. This is not an end to my activism, but it's just the beginning. Don't make an enemy of me or the people of New Mexico.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Homer. I've been a resident here since 1969. And I retired a little bit more than 20 years ago. I have a pension, which not everybody does anymore, but it has no COLA. So I'm on a fixed income. And I'm concerned based on what I've understood about Blackstone and what happens when it takes over utilities, that rates will go up among other possible bad outcomes, along with the threat to our progress that we've made in going to sustainable sources of energy. So I'm hoping that you will not approve the takeover of PNM by Blackstone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Bryant, and I'm a resident of Sandia Heights. And I am against you guys allowing Blackstone to take over PNM. My reasons are, for one, Blackstone is not a utility operator, meaning it has no idea of maintenance or of risks. As a retired oil and gas engineer, I could tell you it's not all what's on the balance sheet. You have to understand what you're getting into. New Mexico is a high-risk state for water and wildfire risk. We don't have a lot of water and we have too many fires, for one. Blackstone has indicated that they're interested in getting into the AI data center field, which is a heavy water user. And I would stipulate we can't afford it. We can't afford where we're already at in terms of water. And you can see that in several published documents by the state of New Mexico and the Water Commission. Just a reminder, other public utilities run by out-of-state folks, One example is ERCOT. In 2021, the grid shut down in Texas, left 4.5 million homes with no power, and worse, many with no water. I was living in Houston temporarily at that time, and I didn't have power or water for 10 days. My company had put me up in a apartment complex, and the apartment complex told us to go dip water for the toilets out of the swimming pool for 10 days. Okay. And we were living upstairs. So that meant dragging a 5-gallon bucket up and down the stairs. It's ridiculous. There are a lot of people in New Mexico living in apartments and living in homes that are fed by wells. A well won't run without electricity. You get that kind of shutdown and see where you're at here. While early reports on that crisis blamed windmills, later it came out that ERCOT continued to send power out of state to be sold during the time that the usage in Texas was ramping up. That was because they wanted to continue to get paid. If Blackstone is a for-profit entity, they're going to want to continue to get paid also, even at times when we have high usage. So please consider that example as relevant. New Mexico can control, there is an option. We could control our energy future by acquiring a majority stake, 51% in PNM, using the State Investment Council, which has over 61 billion in managed assets. If you did this, the SIC also has a long record of fiscally responsible investment. We would then be uniquely positioned to safeguard the state's energy system. This would not be a one-off, as is the Blackstone approach. Other states have done this before, taking their own future into their hands. And I am sure that the state running it could make an adequate amount of profit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Patrick, can we get the next 5 names, please?
Sure. Liam P., Marianne Fox, Alexis Kaminsky, Kathy Reiser, Yaz Pending, and Priscilla Gonzalez.
I'm really new to this. I'm kind of going off the dome here. I think our country's ran out of honor, and there's no fucking honor in buying this shit. I'm sorry for cursing y'all. I know they've given money to other countries right now, Blackstone has, that we should not be supporting. And as a new renter, I haven't rented before till this year. And it's only been getting more and more expensive. It's only gonna get like so expensive till we have to claw our way to living, you know what I mean? I hope you guys have honor. Thank you.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, my name is Kathy Rieger, and I am a local resident of Albuquerque. I'm here today as a New Mexico resident who cares deeply about the future of our state's energy, our economy, and our communities. I urge you to oppose the proposed purchase of PNM by Blackstone. As you know, Blackstone is one of the largest private equity firms in the world. Its business model is not long-term community stewardship, but instead is maximizing returns for its investors. Across the country, private equity acquisitions, utilities, and essential services have often followed by rate increases, higher debt loads, cost-cutting, and financial restructuring to generate profit, not protect the consumers. We have seen patterns in other infrastructure and utility acquisitions where rates rise, service investments are delayed, communities have less transparency and accountability. Private equity firms are legally obligated to prioritize shareholder returns. The priority doesn't always align with the needs of the ratepayers or community. We're seeing this play out across the country. When Puget Sound Energy was taken over by Macquarie Infrastructure Partners, the company's debt more than tripled, and consumers have experienced roughly 50% increase in their rates. In the current Texas, New Mexico power proposal, Involving Blackstone, public advocates are already warning that rates could more than double over time once the firm controls the company and no longer is required to make the same disclosures it does today. PNM is not another asset. It is a public utility that powers our homes, our small businesses, our schools, and our hospitals. Electricity is not a luxury. It is an essential infrastructure. New Mexico deserves stable, affordable rates, transparent decision-making, long-term investment in grid and clean energy, and local accountability. When a global investment firm owns our utility, decision-making shifts further away from New Mexico. We risk losing local control and replacing it with financial engineering. We should prioritize energy independence, affordability, climate responsibility, and local accountability, not short-term financial gain for out-of-state investors. I ask you to carefully consider whether this sale serves the people of New Mexico. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, Greg Nybert, Gabriel Aguilara, Pat O'Connell, and Scott Cameron. My name is Yaj Pending. I'm 23 years old. I'm Dene and Hickory Apache from Shiprock, New Mexico. I'm here today to remind you that New Mexico is strong without corporate greed. We are resilient, we are human, and we will never accept the atrocities that are committed against our people and the land that provides for us. We will never accept the extraction that profits off of our people. I'm a ratepayer, I'm a former foster kid, I've been homeless for most of my life, and I've seen the way that whole communities are tossed in the garbage in the name of profit. If Blackstone succeeds in acquiring PNM and TexNM, like the other 80% of the world's utilities, then New Mexico will be subjected to any kind of treatment that this mega corporation deems fit. We urge you to consider the safety of our state for the sake of our future. Thank you so much for hearing us today.
Good afternoon. My name's Alexis Kaminsky. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you. I'm born and raised here in New Mexico, and I left in my late teens and came back in my mid-30s. This is one of the best places to live. And I worry about places like Blackstone taking over our public utilities. I think of our climate future, and as more and more people move away from oil and gas, PNM becomes even more important to us. And we will be dependent on who controls PNM. Blackstone allegiance, as many people have said, is their allegiance is to their investors, not to the public, and not to us ratepayers. When private equity takes over in other sectors, say healthcare, they have consistently shown that profit is more important than any other outcomes. And in healthcare, the outcomes have been worse patient outcomes. So I don't expect that we could expect anything different if they take over our utility infrastructure. So thank you very much. I hope you really consider carefully the needs of our community over the short-term profits of external players. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Fox, and everybody has said everything better than I possibly could today. So I just wanted to come up and just say again, I'm a New Mexico resident, Albuquerque resident, and I'm really hoping that you will not vote for the acquisition, that you will vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Gonzalez. When I heard that Blackstone wanted to buy PNM, I felt terrible. I don't want New Mexico exploited. Private equity and democracy are not compatible. We need a utility company that's responsible to its citizens. Blackstone will exploit New Mexico, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. We're gonna take another break right now for 10 minutes. All right. We are about to resume with the public comment hearing. So we'll go ahead and call the next 5 names. Patrick, please go ahead.
Okay, Barbara Grothus, Sylvia Hagel, Matt Dodson, Marco Melendez, and Marina Taino.
Mike's not on. 1 second.
Oh, it's green.
Hello. Hi. Yes, my name is Barbara Grothus. I've spoken to you before. I'm an artist and I'm sitting in this lovely room where we have these beautiful light fixtures and the decor library across the street full of books designed by John Gaw-Meem, oldest buildings in the world that we know of, the pyramids, 4,500 years old. I read a really interesting book some years ago called The World After Us, and it talks about what happens when the world is abandoned by the people who are taking care of things like the buildings. We're not very smart. We are in the middle of an extinction. It is moving faster than anyone has ever thought. Extinctions generally begin in the oceans due to temperature rise, temperature fall, acidification, oxidation, and the corals are bleaching. The Great Barrier Reef and other major coral repositories or growths around the world are bleaching, and not all of them are coming back. And the corals are very important in maintaining ocean life and supporting the fish and other things that we consume from the ocean. It is really inconceivable to me that you can hear all of the facts about the rape and pillage that these corporations like Blackstone are doing to our planet. How much is enough? When do they need to be satisfied with what they have and come picking our pockets here in New Mexico? Honestly, pay attention. You know what? You people are the ones that are deciding this for all of us. And it is not just New Mexico, it is the planet, the life on the planet that we are ready to throw out with these data centers and all of this kind of pollution and destruction of our resources. And I'm begging you to do the right thing for your children, for your grandchildren, for the people you love, for animals, for the air we breathe, the land we live on here. You are responsible. Please do the responsible thing. Thank you for your time.
I'm Sylvia Hagel. I was born and raised here on acknowledged Tiwa territory. So says the land acknowledgement outside the door. I am an alum as well. Top of my class in a lot of my classes, UNM Anderson Business School. I went on to then transition into a career in software. I've been doing that for over a decade. And I've been working here just like since I was 15, honestly. And I have to tell you, no Blackstone. No Blackstone. I am speaking in fervent opposition of Blackstone as a worker, as a person who works here, as somebody who graduated from here, as somebody who very seriously sat in classes and did my best to understand the economy, to understand the mechanics of the legal system, of the economics. What are we doing? What are the incentives we're building? What is the whole point of all of this? With everything that I've got to tell you, Blackstone is the wrong people. They are the wrong human beings to be in charge of our power. They are the wrong people to be doing business with. And honest to God, it is so hard. It is so hard in this current economy, both as somebody like, I can only imagine for somebody entering it, but I've been working in it for a while. And oh my God, if after all of these years of this mystery of somehow the economy is going to work out in our favor eventually, somehow, despite your own material reality showing you that the more power these people have and the more these decision makers get away with their decisions, the worse it gets for us. It'll get better eventually, but it's not. But if you told me that like the end of it was going to be the agenda for your life is to implement Blackstone's agenda for your region, God, I would have given up. I would have given up. Drop out. Don't go to school. Don't get the job. Don't apply for the career. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You're just going to end up building an AI data center in your homeland. It's going to take your job. We don't want AI. We don't want their AI. We don't want that. We don't want the workflows that it enables. We don't want the partners that it's going to bring in. We don't want those people. We don't want those jobs. Even if AI ever even pays off, according to studies, even if it even makes dollars amount, which it doesn't, it's not paying off for the people who are trying it. But even for those who it is, the employees, they're burning out. They hate it. You do the same thing over. You introduce technological innovation and it just makes them more stressed. It just ramps up the expectations of what they're able to do. We're going to 10x our economy, 10x our children. Our kids are already overwhelmed with anxiety, with the apps, with the software, with the everything. It's hard for you to make a pitch to them to have something that they are looking forward to already as it was. And Blackstone's agenda, God, fuck no.
Commissioners, I am Matt Dodson. I am running for United States Senate. Utilities are natural monopolies. All utilities should always be publicly owned. Utilities should never be for profit. And the reason why so many private equity firms want into the utility business is they typically have 10% rate of returns. 10% rate of returns are for high risk investments. Utilities are not high risk investments. They should be capped at 5% for sure. And again, they should be publicly owned. They should not be privately owned. I would entertain and I will introduce and fight for law at the federal level that anytime a utility comes up for sale or commits major fraud, that the city, county, and state have right of first refusal to buy those utilities. We need to get them out of private hands and private equity hands. When utilities' primary function is profit, that's also where they underinvest in their infrastructure, which is shameful. So again, when it is publicly owned, we make sure that everything is in its best, running at its best and working for us. So sorry, my goal is to leave you all out so that you don't have the right to even make these decisions, that it is automatic. Utilities should not be privately owned. So please, clearly I'm against this. Make the right decision for everybody here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marina Tiano, and I wanted to talk to you about P&M specifically because you haven't seen their package. I've been working with Sandia Heights communities over the last 6 months, and we have seen a lot of shady practices coming out of P&M. The zoning commission meeting in September 2025 extended the period in reviewing the substation on Paseo del Norte site. And that was because the commission just determined that P&M did not do sufficient outreach to the communities. 71 days after that, the P&M actually sent letters to the residents of Sandia Heights. And on December 3rd, and they told us, we had a public meeting with P&M. They told us that the reason they were going to run power lines down Tramway instead of Eubank, which was closer and cheaper, was simply because there were residences on both Eubank and Tramway, so it didn't matter. However, when you look at the study from Burns and McDonald, you find that the impact on the community was much greater if they run those transmission lines down Tramway. Then we had a December 3rd meeting, and P&M said that it wasn't decided yet what was going to happen, and that the PRC was going to decide whether or not there was going to be power lines down Tramway or Eubank. Then we had a subsequent meeting in January, and P&M, it was determined that if the power substation was approved, the power lines would go down Tramway and that the PRC would not have any input in that. And in addition, the landmass for the substation proposed was sufficiently large enough to make it 4 times larger than what was approved and would not require any subsequent approval by any commission or from Bernalillo County, state of New Mexico, the city of Albuquerque whatsoever. Those kind of practices you need to be aware of when you look at their documents that come in. The studies from Burns and Allens were skewed, they were inaccurate, they made mistakes, they redid them, they continued to make mistakes, they continued to they did no studies on health, and they did no mitigation for people that had property directly around that substation or people that had homes. My house personally is less than 40 feet away from where the power lines are going to be, and the health impacts of EMF transmissions don't really fall off until you're much farther away. And I think that's really important that you're aware of how underhanded they are, because you're going to be seeing another package about the Blackstone from them. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Marco Rose Melendez. I just recently moved here to Albuquerque from Florida, and I love the place and I love all the people here. And I think it's very disappointing that this is even an option or a consideration for Blackstone to be taking P&M, especially with everything going on, the rise of AI, which I don't really call it artificial intelligence. I do call it anti-intellectualism, actually. And what I'm noticing as a middle school teacher here in New Mexico is just the rise of investment in these programs that are ultimately going to replace humans. And everything that I've studied for the last 20 years to be able to come here and to do everything that I've learned in the field of education to educate my students. One day, somebody might just decide that a robot can just do all that better than me. And I'm telling you right now, as a cellist and as a musician and as a teacher, there are very, very, very few things that AI can really do better than humans. And one of those things is what I'm going to share with you today. So I'm going to play a piece for you and leave you with these final words from the piece. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I would love to see AI do that.
Wow. Patrick, can we get the next 5 names?
Mr. Chair, that exhausts the current list we currently have.
Is okay. Yes, can we get 5 people to get in line if you haven't provided comment yet? Thank you. Yeah, we'll take 5 people and then we'll take more. Yeah. So.
My name is Katie Fuchs, and I just came here to be a crowd. I didn't want to speak. I'm too shy, and I tend to cry and I tend to ramble. So I have nothing here to read. But a couple of people made me cry with what they said. And so regardless of what you guys decide, and wow, what weight you have on your shoulders. I just feel so touched and so privileged by this moment in time, by the people who step forward and put their hearts and their brains and their stats and their emotions behind this. And I just hope you guys realize how important this is, the human aspect of this. A lot of talk about utility rates, which for me, fortunately, at this point, I'm wealthy enough to not worry too much about. But I wake up at 2 a.m. Since about November, I've been doing this with various thoughts like, oh my, it's going to be hotter than ever this summer. And I have probably what it takes to keep my house cool enough. But what about the people who don't? And one of the reasons why it's hotter is because of the emissions that we're all putting out. And we're going to put out more to make more power for these people for profit? No. It's people that we need to care about, not profit. And I just want to, there's been a lot of talk about stockholders. There's also shareholders, and shareholders aren't just those of us that are using this power, but it's the people that work for these companies. And I have seen and talked to P&M employees who are overworked and underpaid. When you go for profit, you go not just raising costs, you cut costs. And my son, who lives in California, has witnessed plenty of fires that were started by poorly maintained power lines. That's a way that not maintaining things is a way to keep your profits up. And so we're going to be looking at all of that. I just beg you guys, please. And if you go ahead and allow this to happen, at least I'm savoring this moment with these amazing people. Thank you.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry. Oh, Fuchs, Fuchs.
All right, we signed just before we came in. I guess the list hasn't made it up here yet. My name is Beth Richards. I'm an energy and water resources engineer. I'm retired from Sandia Labs. I'm a longtime resident of Albuquerque, and I'm a longtime P&M customer. I strongly oppose the subject proposed sale of P&M, and I strongly urge the commission not to allow it. There is more than ample evidence that there will be huge negative effects on New Mexico and its residents and businesses if out-of-state private equity firms, wealthy investors, and large, faceless, multi-layered corporations take control of infrastructure and services that are critical to everyone in our state. The issuance of 8 million shares in 2025 of TXNM Energy, the current owner of P&M, without the required review and approval by the New Mexico PRC is an example of how impossible it is for a small, unelected commission to regulate such large and wealthy entities. That unapproved $400 million sale alone should disqualify the proposed deal now before you. Please do what is right for the state of New Mexico and do not approve this sale of PNM. Thank you.
Hello, you all. I want to start by saying that I oppose Blackstone's acquisition of PNM, which of course we know stands for the Public Service Company of New Mexico, and I urge you to reject this acquisition. My name is Sarah Hoagland-Gurley, which is a hard one to spell. Hogland-Gurule. I'm an artist who was born and raised in New Mexico. My family is Genízaro, which without sidetracking too much means that we're indigenous to these lands. We're intimately woven into the ecosystem here. We care deeply about the health and well-being of the land. We care deeply about the health and well-being of all life, of humans here in New Mexico. Blackstone is not interested in providing public service, meaning they are not interested in serving the public, the community. They are not interested in New Mexicans being able to live dignified lives. They are not interested in protecting our water, our land, our air. They are interested in buying assets, extracting profits, and delivering a high return to their investors. And I know you already know this. I know that you've already made the connection that Blackstone will drive up the cost of utilities paid to their, will drive up the cost of utilities to pay their investors, which hurts New Mexican families. And, you know, almost 20% of us are already living below the poverty line. I know that you've heard that Blackstone was charged with violating child labor laws. I know you've made the connection that Blackstone will seek to build more data centers in New Mexico. And I know that you've made the connection that data centers will swallow up the little water that we have. You already know that our Rio was dry last summer, completely dry. And we know what drives billionaires: wealth, power, greed. And the Epstein files confirm the horrifying truths of what the billionaires behind monopolies like Blackstone's really do. And I don't bring the Epstein files in to generate shock. I say this because it's all connected. The hoarding of resources, the destruction of land and water, the privatization at the expense of humanity and dignified life. The colonial drive to dominate versus caretake and cooperate. Rape culture and pedophilia, it's all connected. And it's time that we reject these systems of corporate greed, oligarchical rule, and business models that are fundamentally anti-life. Based on the information that you already know, as well as new information that's being presented to you, testimonials, I urge you to make a choice from the mind and the heart of a public servant and reject Blackstone's attempt to buy PNM. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to your community.
Hello, my name is Patrick Denny, D-E-N-N-E. I'm a lecturer here in the math department. I've lived in Mexico my entire life. I've lived in Albuquerque for 12 years, and I'm very much opposed to the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone. I think it's horrifying that private equity could possibly take control of the company that we rely on for our energy and maybe give that energy to AI data centers in, a region that's already very water bankrupt, and taking away control even more so from the people who live here. Nobody wants to be beholden to something that, is only driven by profit. And it's a terrifying prospect, and I urge you to not allow this to proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Dunbar. I'm a retired biologist, high school science teacher, and college professor here at UNM. Thank you to the commissioners for listening to the public comment about this important issue. I really appreciate your time. I want to talk about this issue from an environmental standpoint, as some of the previous speakers have. What we have in New Mexico is a treasure, and it's something that, with the aesthetic aspects of it, all of us that can enjoy the rivers, the forests, the mountains, snow in the winter when we have it. It's a tremendous treasure, and not just from the aesthetic standpoint. Tourists from all over come to see us because of the beautiful drives that you can make, the cultures that we have here. All of this is in danger from private equity firms. They have no interest in saving the environment. Their only interest is in profit. Whatever their proposals that have been made to you, you can ignore whatever they say because they're only going to be out for profit. They're going to work against alternative energy, renewable resources. They're not going to look for solar and wind any more than they have to, than is required. We have to protect ourselves, and one way we can do it is to make a good decision about this. So I urge you strongly to reject the Blackstone proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I think we're probably at a point where we can, if you want to provide a comment, you can get in line. And ma'am, happy to hear the rest of your comment as well. I think they asked for us to have no more than 5 people, so please help me with that. And then, yeah, we can go on and continue. Please spell and state your name.
Hi, my name is Gracielix Cedillo Lopez. Gracielix is spelled Gracielx. PRC members, are you here with us? What do you hear your constituents saying? Have you already made up your mind? I want to invite everyone who chooses to join me in a body-centered practice. I first want to acknowledge the ways that ICE detainment officers weaponize body as a way to dehumanize folks in ICE detention, and apologize for those who the term body has become a triggering word. My intention here today is to rehumanize this word. Everyone here is in a body. Sometimes we forget that when we get stuck in our heads with the weight of such important decisions. With that said, I want to invite you to drop into your body. This precious home, this container, 95% made up of water. Notice what is happening in your body. Is there a shaky, unsettled feeling for the fear of losing access to this precious resource that sustains all life, that would be sucked dry by data centers, and that surely would be invested in by Blackstone? Bring more breath and air if you notice you've been holding your breath in fear and anticipation of losing your precious home. I now turn my invitation to you, to the 3 members in this room who hold the keys to keep our bodies safe. Imagine your future self making a decision that will affect every body in this room, including yours, including your kids, including their kids. What will it feel like to go against the wisdom and pleas of your constituents here today and who have presented in other forums online and last week? What will it feel like to lose re-election because the power of the people to organize is so much greater than the desperate dollars that will attempt to keep you in power? What will it feel like to listen to 95% of those who have spoken here today and last week, to be celebrated by the people, to stand in courage and solidarity against the interests of the wealthy elite? please, please stand strong. The power of the people will always be greater than the power of the unstable and ever diminishing dollar. Please vote no. Do not approve the sale of Blackstone to steal our precious resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please state your name, provide your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasper Hardesty. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm an architect and an engineer, retired from Sandia National Labs, a longtime Albuquerque resident and P&M customer. I'd like to go ahead and, again, you're very well aware of this, but to go ahead and share a few of the numbers that are being floated out here with P&M. It's the engineering side of me. Let's see. So we're looking at $11.5 billion deal that is being proposed by Blackstone Infrastructure. They've agreed to provide about $105 million in rate credits, or less than 1% of the deal that they would be proposing for the purchase over a 4-year period. It's rather an underwhelming proposal in those regards. And that's all done without a rate freeze. And the rate credits that are offered would likely be a smokescreen to veil the rate hikes that would be forthcoming and far exceed any sort of credit that would be provided. They also promised to invest $35 million in large impact economic development. As an architect and engineer, that's less than 1/3 of the 1%, 1/3 of 1% of what they're offering for the purchase. $35 million isn't going to go far. It's certainly not going to provide any sort of economic impact of substantive quality. They also invest $25 million in the state's energy transition. So they say that's less than 1/4 of 1% of the deal that they're proposing. So if we total these grand promises that Blackstone is providing for their purchase, first it's $165 million over 4 years, represents less than 1.5% of the deal that they are looking for the purchase. At the same time, the purchase provides the 16% in excess of the valuation of the company. So they're providing 16% to the shareholders, 1.5%, less than 1.5% over 4 years without a rate ceiling to the people of New Mexico. So I think that shows you kind of where their interests are. So they're dangling carrots in front of people to go ahead and try to, have us believe that they're acting in our interest when we, of course, know that they're acting in their own interests. Why would they not? So I urge you to not seriously undertake and to not approve this proposal by Blackstone. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Finnegan. I grew up in Albuquerque, and I'm a student here at UNM. And I'm here to urge the Public Regulation Commission to reject Blackstone's application to buy PNM and TXNM Energy. I love New Mexico. I love the people here, and I plan on staying here for a very long time. And when I think about the future that I want for my community and the next generations, I think about land and water protected and stewarded by Indigenous peoples. I think about a just transition to 100% renewable energy to help us be resilient in the face of the climate crisis. I think about utilities that are controlled by and accountable to New Mexicans. And I think about New Mexico being a place where our youth can stay, where they want to stay, and where they can live affordably. This vision is completely incompatible with Blackstone's proposal to take control of PNM. It is clear from all of the people who have spoken before you that we do not want a $1 trillion private equity firm to control our energy, to exploit our lands, and to raise our utility rates to benefit the 1%. And we are simply asking you, the Public Regulation Commission, to be accountable to your constituents, not to the governor, not to Wall Street, but to your constituents, and to the future where we and our children can thrive. Thank you.
Hello, thank you guys so much for letting me speak one more time. I know that we only had 3 minutes, and so I'll do my best to keep the rest of my speech short. I did want to make this personal. That's why I brought up your names and the meanings of them, because it's so personal to us too. And again, your names do hold power. Um, I know you've been able to listen to the people today, but I also urge you to go outside and listen to the wind itself. Listen with your heart and see what it has to say. The name Patrick means nobleman. The name Erin signifies deep connection to nature, and the name Scott means painted warrior. Please help the people who stand before you. The reason that you're sitting in the seats is because some people chose you to protect us. Instead of allowing Blackstone to buy out PNM, you should call on major investors to actually invest in our community, which would look like building more, paying the doctors more appropriate salaries, raising minimum wage in Albuquerque to keep up with inflation, allowing students of New Mexico to receive free education, supporting your elderly residents and their families and their caregivers with living wages to keep up from the exploitation of our communities. We have people that are retired that are trying to live off of $2,000 to $3,000. It's impossible, and our nation is already 35 trillion in debt. Taxpayers have 2 trillion in credit card debt, and I want you to think about what would happen if all of the people came and to these meetings and demanded our money back. Our water is precious, and the last thing we need is a private equity firm to take away from us in any way. Instead of having a number for us to call or meetings for us to complain, I beg you to do the right thing. We would like to have a number to call to say thank you to protecting our communities. You've heard so many wonderful, intelligent people come forward offering honorable, sustainable solutions. And we want a fair option to oppose these kinds of deals. And I would also like to formally request a meeting regarding the current state of senior affairs. I know that you'll make the right decision because righteous leaders and decision makers want the well-being and prosperity for their communities. And you will focus on justice, integrity, and moral values to guide your decisions. Please oppose the Blackstone buyout. Thank you so much. And please be respectful with your
Hello. I remember you saw me last time, Gabriel, and everybody here, and we had a lot of talks and we had a little strong words. Something you said, Emiliano, Lucero. It doesn't honestly matter my name because I'm just a person of the people. So I remember I came here last time when we did this, whatever this is, and you had it in that stupid building before. And we like it's crazy that you guys sit up here on this board and you got I like having nice cars and I like having nice suits and stuff too, but that shit don't matter if it's not for the people. I'm saying like the whole time we want the same thing that you want. It's just a good healthy home for our family and everything to live in. And it's crazy that you hear us cry for help, especially you, Gabriel, and you had the nerve to say I don't want these rude comments. And it's like, bro, this is like, I get it if it was like you're changing the colors of the lines on the road, but it's like this is stuff that affects every one of us. And especially too, Red Nibbit, you're in the Epstein file. You helped pay for Zorro Ranch, the land rights for it. And I'm not gonna stand here and act like this theatrics is like allowable, you know? I'm not gonna sit here and act like you guys are gonna do the right thing when they have the moral compass, when constantly since the 90s, you've been doing this stuff. You know, I'm not gonna try to cuss because I want this to be seen everywhere. No, I don't have to come with facts because I'm coming with feelings. And sometimes feelings are more than facts. Because you guys look at the facts and just look at us as numbers. And I'm tired of it. You know? I see you too. You're the only freaking Mexican person on here. You should represent our people. What are you doing? This is disgusting. I feel like throwing up. I don't even want to be here. I have shit to do in my own life. I have to go do a job. I have to make my dreams happen. But I got to do this and I have to be a man and I have to be an adult for the freaking adults that should be running this stuff. And then you can tell me whatever you want. Tell me I should be a good boy or one of the good ones. I don't care. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of fighting for 500 years just for people to have basic human rights because someone rather have status and be scared and live in scarcity and say, yeah, who cares that you're the top one of the regulation? You live in your house scared of talking to the actual people. Rather than going out and talking to the people and fixing the community, you rather get a better paying job or a better car or a better house. Just worrying about my family. Oh, keep my head down, keep my head down. It's fucking pathetic. But that's all I got to say. You know, I don't have to talk for 3 minutes. My words have impact. I think about this a lot. There's nothing different between me and Socrates besides I don't do weird things with kids, like Epstein, you know? We have this thing where it's constantly like people, it's like critical thinking is a fucking curse or something. Like, why does it so shamed for people to think about stuff and want change? It is what it is. I'm tired of hearing that. But that's all I gotta say. I'm trying to come here with respect. You guys
Time's up,
disgust me.
sir.
It's my time, please. Shut up. It's for the people, brother. Please be respectful. Thank you. Sit down. Hello. I would appreciate if you from the third to the left would look at me in my eyes while I say this, please. You've not looked one person in the eyes. I appreciate that. Oh. First of all, big up. It's your boy Lou Dog, aka Big Jew Dog, aka Big Swamp Dog, aka Big Concrete Swamp Dog. I appreciate the chance to talk about the possible buyout of P&M by Blackstone. This is a pretty big deal for customers, employees, and the communities that depend on P&M, not Israel. So it's important. Let's get this clear. Straight answers about what this could mean long term to help everyone understand what's really on the table. Sorry, I didn't have Jewish education. Sorry, people. But as a Jewish man myself, I hate to talk about the Jewish people because I'm Jewish myself. I really love how the founder, chairman, CEO, president, COO, top individual shareholders, senior advisors, and senior managing director are all Jewish. I really like that, actually. I like that. Because our plan of world domination is working out. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, people. It's all working out for the Jews. We've had it rough lately. Lately, we've had it very rough in the media. We need a huge influx of people talking about the Jewish. Sorry, I lost my place here. I know I'm dumb. Is there anyone Jewish here today? Like me. Thank you. See you at synagogue. Anyone else? Just me? I know. Anyway, I'd like to discuss our options given Blackstone's partnership with Palantir. I really think it would be cool to turn the lights off on anti-Semitism. Think if someone denies the Holocaust, we could just make sure they don't spread that message anymore by not allowing them to charge their phones anymore. We could turn their power off. Think about it. It's a really easy fix. Don't you guys think? Sheriff heads. 1, 2, 3, 4. No one? Okay. This is just like how they treat the people of Albuquerque. They don't care. They're just stiff people ahead of us to take these questions. It's okay. Think about credit score. We could change that as Jewish people. If they deny the Holocaust, we could change that. We could change their credit score. Very easy. Think about it. More electric vehicles in the future. This is a great roadblock for anti-Semitism in the future. We could make sure they can't charge their cars. Then how is anti-Semitism supposed to transport itself? We could limit the movements and abilities of anti-Semites. As the Jewish man, I love this.
Your time is up, sir.
We could limit.
Your time is up, sir.
The
Thank you.
Jewish. I'm not done though.
But that's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir.
Okay, we're gonna pause and we're gonna go off the record now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isaac Cano. I'm a born and raised New Mexico citizen, veteran of the U.S. Army, and a current customer of P&M. I oppose the sale to Blackstone Infrastructure as a P&M customer. So today's public hearing was coincidentally very hard to track, and it raises some suspicion that New Mexico politics are doing this purposefully. If I was friends with any of the owners and investors of Blackstone Infrastructure, I'd be nervous as well. Well, by show of hands, how many of you know of Blackstone's infrastructure CEOs? None. Here's a little bit of what they do. Sean Klimczak, no public net worth, owns over 9 companies. One of them, Sith Global, recently was denied the Desert Rock coal plant here in New Mexico, planning the largest coal-fired power plant, but it was denied due to public health. How about the Uganda one, where they made utilities overpriced for regular citizens? This is Sean. Greg Blank. He was evicted for 48 counts of fraud in the 1990s. Do any of you guys know about that? No? How about the Selnick's Irish business? None? This was a Ireland business for the people of Ireland. The Consumer Protection Commission investigated this company because of the monopoly that they were having. They settled in to divert 300 towers to a third party. Okay. I was kind of hoping that you guys knew a little bit about those guys. How many of you know the investors of Blackstone Infrastructure? None? Okay. Well, one of them is PIF, Saudi Arabia. Any of you guys know this company or this fund or whatever it is? It's a multi-international one. I'm sure you guys know. So the owners, Mohammed bin Salman, not some guy I wouldn't want to be friends with the controversy of Epstein. He is a person who was photographed in a frame in
Time
his
is up, sir.
Manhattan house.
Thank you.
Just want to let you guys know that I'm very disappointed that you guys don't know of these people.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear commissioners, for the great opportunity to speak here. My name is Xuehua Zhang, first name Xuehua, last name Zhang. I'm a new resident of Albuquerque and get my electricity bill from P&M. I'm originally from China. I'm both an environmental engineer and a social scientist. I have worked on environmental issues extensively at the government and the local levels and community levels in both the United States and China. I have seen firsthand what happens when wealthy entities overcome governing bodies' ability to regulate them on behalf of the citizens and the communities. I have come to believe that public goods like electricities should be controlled by the public entities. I strongly oppose this sale and urge you not to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Come on up. And if there's anybody else who would like to provide public comment who has not already provided comment, please go ahead and line up, and we'll try to keep it to 5 in the line. Thank you. And then, we'll keep asking people to come up. Sir, please state your name and
Thank
provide
you.
your comment.
My name is Paul Kolpinski,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Paul Kolpinski. I'm a resident of Albuquerque. I'm a PNM ratepayer, and I'm just here to voice my opposition to this sale for all of the reasons that have been mentioned, in addition to the ones that you're probably already aware of. And if there is a path forward for PNM, I believe it's as a public utility. So I oppose this sale, and I urge you to not approve it. Thank you. Yes, it's KULPINSKI.
And if you're in line and you need to have a seat over here, we'll save your place in line. You can, if you'd like. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Trudy Wiedewelt, TRUDI, WIEDUWILT. I'm a ratepayer resident of Albuquerque, and I oppose this as well because I believe that this is highly corrupt. The executives of Blackstone have been quoted as saying they just need electricity for their the infrastructure that they'll be building for the AI facilities, and it will not benefit the New Mexico citizens. And all of you are going to be paying higher rates too. It's happened over and over. And this acquisition is creating millions of dollars for the executives of PNM. That just doesn't sound right to me. So I highly oppose it. Thank you.
My name is Viola Cano. I was born here and I've always lived here. And I really do think that if this acquisition went through, that it could in the near future make New Mexico unlivable as far as being unaffordable, but as well as the impact to our water. We already saw that the Rio Grande was completely dry over the summer, and that was terrifying. There's hardly any snow on the mountains. And I think that this acquisition is a setup for AI infrastructure to take over, and that the privatization of this would make them too powerful to regulate, and they would be able to get away with anything they want to. We've already seen the impact that they've made in many other industries like healthcare, and they're able to just bulldoze and take over and do whatever they'd like to the harm of the regular people. I have a kid, and I would love this to be a place that my kid continue to grow up, and my grandkids in the future. I think that New Mexico is beautiful and unique, and I hope that you guys love it here enough and care about our community enough to make the right choice. And I highly oppose this acquisition, and I'm disappointed that we even have to be here to discuss this. So I really hope that you guys make the right choice. Thanks for listening to us. My name is Viola Cano, Cano.
And ma'am, we're also happy to bring you a microphone if okay.
This is worth it. I like to get as close as I can. Hi. I'm taking off my mask because it doesn't matter. If you guys decide to go ahead with this acquisition, it's going to screw New Mexico in so many ways, including me. My name is Gillian McCarty Ellis. I've been living in New Mexico since before 2004. Only started paying utilities at PNM in 2004. No, it's 2005. We moved into town from the East Mountains. And my husband found a job as a construction and welding person in the New Mexico film industry, which has been totally decimated by various things. Not all of them not all of them from this administration, but they've done a whole lot to really make things unlivable as far as New Mexico film industry is concerned. But that's not what you're here to talk about. You're here to find out why I don't approve of the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone. You all have heard so many different stories and from so many different people. You know, there's only a handful of people that are pro for this, like not very many, but mostly what I've heard them say is that they like the idea of the infrastructure being upgraded and things being, you know, made more modern and more usable for them and for their people. But, you know, one thing I want to remind you of, after looking at the New Mexico Public Utilities, Public Regulation Commission's stated mission, which is, we serve New Mexico by ensuring safe operations and reliable utility services at fair, just, and reasonable rates, consistent with the state's legal, economic, environmental, and social policies. It's obvious to me that the acquisition of PNM by billion-dollar company like Blackstone would be a direct violation of your commission's stated mission. That is why I'm rather surprised that we're continuing to have to prove that we don't want this. Let's break it down. You serve New Mexico, not the moneyed interests of billion-dollar corporations or smaller corporation like TXN and Energy. By ensuring safe operation and reliable utility services, the New Mexico PRC would be outmoneyed, outlawyered, and overwhelmed by trying to regulate a company like Blackstone. It's pretty clear. I'm sorry, y'all. You're great. You're obviously competent people, but why are we here? Again, I ask you. If you don't have an army of lawyers, or you don't have, you know, you're going to be outgamed on this one.
Ma'am,
Yes.
that's your 3 minutes.
Oh, well, let me just add one tiny little thing at the end here then, if you don't mind. I am with my husband that I am morally outraged that you would lease out the people of New Mexico and their resources for a rapacious investment fund and rapacious investment equity companies. And it's paid for by us. This is outrageous. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Yeah, sir, please come on up. And then if there's anybody else who would like to provide public comment and you haven't provided comment, please also, we'll put you in the queue. So please go ahead, state your name.
My name's Jonah Bearden. It's nice to meet you all. I'm a very big student leader here, very big activist. I'm working with the Young Democratic Socialists of America right now, starting an organization here. I'm studying business administration with a minor in political science, focused specifically on housing and affordability. So I've kind of done a lot of research. I have a lot of background knowledge on what the housing situation in Albuquerque is like. And over 50% of residents are spending 30% or more of their income on housing, whether that's rent, whether that's a mortgage, whether that's utilities. And like, honestly, just this business model, while the acquisition would bring it would bring a couple of jobs, it would bring a lot of money in, none of that is going to be equitable. None of that is going to be equitable. And what it's going to do is it's going to keep the majority, the over 50% of Albuquerqueans at the bottom, where we're already calling for our lives, to be honest. Yeah, it's not great. So I'd appreciate the buyout does not go through. Thank you. Bear Den, spelled like a bear's den.
Do we have anybody else in here wishing to provide comment? Yes, we have a couple of people.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Loon, last name Loon. I'm a renter here in Albuquerque, and I am utterly appalled at the possibility of private ownership of our public utilities. I had initially intended to give public comment at the New Mexico PRC's office a couple weeks ago, but I was unable to given the overwhelming size of the crowd. I am here, like so many others, to urge you to reject PNM and Blackstone's proposal. PNM claims that this acquisition would provide the capital to complete a just energy transition, the capital required to ensure stable electricity for PNM's customers and ensure fixed rates for New Mexico's people. This ignores the fact that Blackstone already has enormous and growing investments in oil and gas, that Blackstone has made it clear they will prioritize high-demand customers, such as exceedingly wasteful and destructive data center buildouts, and that Blackstone acquisitions elsewhere have already drastically raised electricity rates. I intend to echo the clear sentiment against Blackstone and private equity in this state. I also hope that the PRC and the State Investment Council seriously consider the possibility of a state-owned PNM putting power back in the hands of the people. Once again, I urge you to deny Blackstone's proposal to acquire PNM. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here today to also urge you to deny the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone. Blackstone has showed us time and time again who they are. If you look at their history, they will spend time to extract every bit of wealth they can from New Mexicans while also cutting every single corner possible. They will not make our lives better, and their only goal is to extract profit and money from us, New Mexico, not to make our lives better. To that end, I say reject this egregious proposal and keep public utilities in public hands. Private equity has no business being in our public utilities. Thank you.
Oh, can we please get your name?
My name is Asa Curtains. Last name is Kearns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you doing? Good? Okay. Do we have anybody else here wishing to provide public comment? We do? Yeah. Perfect timing. I saw her hand first, and then we'll go with you.
Who was I?
You're second. Yeah.
So sorry, I tried the Zoom and it didn't work for me. So I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm very nervous. I'm sorry, but I'm really nervous. But I'll try to read this. I typed it out so I could try to read it. So from the ABQ Journal, and I know you've heard all this a million times, but I'm going to repeat it. I tried to learn about this stuff. Blackstone acquired the data center developer QTS for $10 billion, turning it into one of the fastest growing data centers landlords in the country. From Blackstone's own website, QTS is the global digital infrastructure leader. Why with BlackRock's and Blackstone BlackRock's? I mean, I tried to learn the difference. Huge portfolio why would BlackRock's huge portfolio, would BlackRock want to buy PNM is my question. Because it forecasts a 40% rise in electricity demand over the next 10 years. We're all, me, getting familiar with the frightening need that data centers have for electricity. On the congress.gov website, if a utility invests in a new power plant or in upgrades to the grid, rates might need to change to reflect those capital investments. If a utility bought a new infrastructure to accommodate a data center demand, the utility might raise rates to recover the cost. As far as I know, there's no proposed rate freeze as part of this BlackRock's proposal for PNM acquisition. Of course, everything is hidden. The discussions from PNM and BlackRock are not made public. Therefore, the utility, or at least a lot of it, could resist a rate hike They could request a rate hike immediately following the closing of the deal. There's no holding it from not raising rates. Also, the company's utilities could sell power to its data centers while we, the taxpayers, are forced to absorb costs and risks. In a 4-year period, ratepayers are offered approximately $3.50 per month credit. But the shareholders stand to get to gain $2 billion. So before you make your decision, you 3 commissioners, P&M customers, shareholders need to know the seriousness of this company's track record and lack of transparency before the buyout. Please, commissioners, I'm begging you, proceed with caution. Please, commissioners, tap into your moral conscience before you make this decision, not just based on financial gain for the shareholders. Melissa Holman, Melissa Holman, Homann.
And yes, ma'am, please go ahead and provide your comment.
Catherine Shepard, which is Kathryn Shepard. Members of the commission, as I said, I'm Catherine Shepard, and I'm a resident of Rio Rancho, and my son is currently a sophomore here at UNM, so it's nice to walk the campus where he is, because he does live on campus. Thank you for scheduling this follow-up meeting to accommodate the community's opposition to Blackstone's acquisition of our literal power. I'm adding my name to that opposition. As beautifully stated before, private equity doesn't belong in a public utility. Blackstone's assets under management, their AUM, is $1.2 trillion. Their offer for 11.2 billion, or is it 11.5 billion, doesn't even equal 1% of that AUM, meaning New Mexico's crucial power, what our citizens rely on for warmth on days like today, and relief from the heat of July and August, for light and the ability to cook and the ability to stream and to vacuum, and for the students on the campus we're at to study and to attend class, are all worth less than 1% to Blackstone, but it is so much more meaningful to New Mexicans. The reason that New Mexico can't easily afford new infrastructure is the same reason we can't safely afford to have Blackstone running that power based on what we know of Blackstone and of private equity in general. Thank you for your time, and thank you, everyone. I did watch the other day, so thank you for all that you're allowing us to say.
Thank you for your comment. Can I see a raise of hands of how many people still have not provided comment, who came here to provide comment? So we have about 3. Yeah, okay, we have about 5. So we'll take these 5, and then Patrick, are we at a place where maybe we should start redoing the 5 names that you have?
Mr. Chair, I have 1 name that has been called. That's it on this sheet.
Okay, can you?
Yeah,
start with that person, and then we'll keep going with the others.
Yeah, Ari Rosner Salazar.
Hi, my name is Ariana Rosner Salazar. I'm an 18-year-old college student. And as a freshman in college and a young person of the world, I feel very strongly to speak on the acquisition of P&M by Blackstone, as it affects me and my community members very negatively. As somebody who's trying to move out into my very first apartment, budgeting and working to make enough money to support myself as a full-time student is very difficult. Amidst searching for affordable housing, affording food and groceries with continuously rising prices, worrying about my utility bill skyrocketing for the gain of millionaires is not something I want to worry about when I have to move into my first apartment. The world is increasingly expensive, and Blackstone's acquisition of P&M will directly affect what I have to pay on my utility bill and many other New Mexicans. Me and other New Mexicans will negatively feel this change if it is to go through. The common workers should not have to worry about a higher electricity bill, while the owners of Blackstone greatly profit from this change. Unlike other industries, utilities is not something that people can just compromise on. You cannot shop around for different utilities companies like you can with other industries. You cannot simply use to just not use utilities. The option we have is pay or don't have access. Pay or have your water shut off. Pay or have no access to the power or internet. We cannot allow that the privatization of utility industry, which is an industry that humans need for survival. Lives depend on having access to water. Students like me at UNM depend on having access to the internet to complete our education. This acquisition would be extremely profitable for Blackstone as residents don't have the choice to just not pay for utilities. Our lives depend on the necessary access to these utilities. The majority of New Mexicans rely on P&M for utilities and electricity especially. The acquisition of P&M by Blackstone will affect every single New Mexican, if not directly, but indirectly. Blackstone is a $1 trillion company and its focus is to maximize returns, not to prioritize affordable rates for local families. With Blackstone's acquisition of P&M, profit will come before people instead of prioritizing the needs of people, which we must do. Historically, private equity has operated as a big cash grab for the owners of Blackstone. Specifically, the CEO of Blackstone is able to have multi-million-dollar house parties while the common person is footing that bill. The language of green energy and affordability that they use are completely false. Blackstone has no reason to care for the people. The aim of private equity is to make money. We cannot expect this company to value people when its aim is just to profit off of those people. With Blackstone having control over P&M and New Mexico, workers and residents are at the beck and call of Blackstone's will. This acquisition of P&M by Blackstone will increase utility prices for workers who have no choice but to pay that inflated price while Blackstone and its affiliates profit and maintain power. Thank you.
Okay, I think we had 4 other hands. If you wouldn't mind, please, stepping up and forming a line. That way we can keep better track of it.
All right. My name's Daniel Acosta. That's Daniel, Daniel, and Acosta is Acosta. All right. Good afternoon to the commission and to everybody here today taking the time out of your work days to talk about how Blackstone is looking to strangle us here living in New Mexico. I've lived here my entire adult life, making my first decision to move to Laguna 2 back in 2014. And now I'm a traffic engineer with the city of Albuquerque, thanks to the professors here at UNM that helped me graduate a couple feet to your right. As someone who's worked privately and publicly for the last 6 years around the sort of contracts involved in the actual building of the utilities, roads, and facilities that would be available for Blackstone to use here, I want to vocalize my deep opposition to this buyout. All of the personnel involved in making the decisions here, all of you, are appointed by the governor. Everyone you're in charge of the oversight of P&M and any regulation regarding emissions or standards of sustainability are set by you guys. But we get to elect the person who would appoint you and appoint your successors. My question is, will my vote for that person mean anything when it's up against hundreds of millions of dollars? Through campaign contributions, company buyouts, and land grabs, Blackstone's ownership of P&M would give them a larger incentive to attempt to buy and sell the governor's mansion, run against anybody who opposes their program, create marketing campaigns worth millions of dollars, and do their level best to avoid anything close to the public eye, avoiding IPRA, avoiding even a 311. If this deal goes through, Blackstone will look to its shareholders and work to increase its profit at all costs. They will not look to us here suffering from the consequences. We know this because of their horrendous track record when it comes to actually helping people live a dignified life. For example, Blackstone is the largest landlord in the country. To them, our utility and rent bills are just lines on a graph, and their goal is to increase them indefinitely. And this is as happening as working people sink deeper and deeper into poverty and debt. Blackstone is an asset manager that has the private equity funds to buy out any company that makes campaign donations on any issue that looks profitable to them. They may own the space that we live in. They definitely have interests in fracking, especially down south in the Permian Basin, and yet they still want to control the utility that charges the phone chargers here at this university. New Mexicans like myself are done being used as a cash grab for the rest of the country. Whether it's uranium for the bomb or oil, coal, zinc, copper, or water, our resources are abused and have been for generations instead of being managed by the community for the public benefit. We say enough is enough. If you are truly seeking to know whether this buyout is in the interest of the public good, please hear the rest of these folks out and you're going to know it's not. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Hello. My name's Isaac Allen Arvey, Isaac with two A's, ALLEN-ARAVE. I'm a UNM alumni and I'm a lifelong Albuquerque resident. Blackstone's buyout of B&M is a very important issue to me because I feel like it's a very bad idea that we should not go forward with. That is so concerning that it was almost done preemptively without your input. And I think it shows how we're almost coming from the back foot here of how difficult it is to try to regulate huge entities like this with how much connection they do have within our government and how much pressure. I don't know what that looks like on your end, but I really do hope that the people coming out here today to talk to you has had some impact to show what the humanity side of this looks like. I think selling P&M to Blackstone is a terrible idea because it leaves us very vulnerable to it being like an AI data colony, essentially, of when there's this investment and when we have such a friendly power provider to these companies, what is stopping them from subsidizing this AI power use, which is significant, like way more significant than even Albuquerque's current power use is the planned allotment of these data centers. What is stopping them from subsidizing this power off of every New Mexican resident who has to pay into this power utility? They do not have a choice. Their basic necessities are relying on electricity, and just the day and age we're in, it's ridiculous to think of anything less. You are forcing every New Mexican who uses this power provider to pay higher rates potentially. They will get the return on investment here. Even if it doesn't come immediately, they're playing the long game. They want to invest, they want to build this infrastructure, and they want to put us in a position where we are completely beholden. We have to pay into them, and they can cut quality at that point. They can raise rates, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. You are supposed to be this stopgap, and I really do beg you guys to do your job, to try to understand the position you're putting your constituents in, not your direct constituents because you're not elected, but the people of New Mexico who are relying on you and relying on this check to do its job. Because I would really like to hear your arguments for how you're protecting the climate goals of New Mexico by signing away this to a private equity. Why would the largest private equity firm like have any beholden to the constituents of New Mexico? Why would they necessarily, why do they have to care about us? I would really like this to be explained, and I have not heard a good explanation. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for listening to all of us here today.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Morgan Merrill, and I'm a lifetime resident of Albuquerque and a P&M ratepayer. And I urge the commissioners to stop the acquisition of P&M by Blackstone. I'm a student at UNM and I'm under a tight budget, and my roommates and I set our house heat to only 60 degrees to save money this winter, and we still pay between 15 to 20% of our rent every month towards our electricity. And with the Blackstone's acquisition of P&M, rates for my household, my family, my community will increase to funnel profits to the pockets of the out-of-state investors. So I just urge you commissioners to stop this acquisition, and that will pull money from New Mexicans and give it to those that do not have our best interests at heart. Thanks.
I'm going to do a quick check. Mr. Lee, is it a good time for a break or? Okay, we'll do this comment and then we'll take a break. Patrick, during the break, would you please take people's name and then we can keep going with you calling 5 names. So we'll take this comment, and then if you would like to provide public comment, please see Patrick over here to make sure that we have your name, and then we'll resume after the break. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Angelica Silva. I'm a resident of New Mexico, but I moved here back in 2013 from New York. I came to study here. And I love it so much here that I decided to keep living here. I miss my mother back in New York very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I understand that being appointed by the governor, you likely align with her energy agenda, and that this option to be bought by Blackstone appears an upward step. But could it be a misstep? The question that matters is, will this benefit New Mexico? The answer is simply and obviously no. I mean, right? Do you really think it's a good idea, a good move to give ownership of this state's power, our electrical power, to an entity who is outside of us and far richer than us? Blackstone has more money than this entire state and has nothing to do with us as a people. Do you think that they will listen to us and respect our interests if they are in charge? On their website, on the About Us page, the word people is not used. It's the word investor, which is a person, but only significant because of their money. Blackstone's purpose is to make money, fine. But the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone will only enlarge an already extremely rich company and feed their global scale acquisitions planning. They literally get to use our energy and resources to fuel whatever they want in their large scale activities beyond this state, across this country, and in other countries. What this deal does is it positions us as a resource colony. Please, make the decision to do what serves the people of this state. It's clear that Blackstone will not. I hope the reality is clear, that once you move through your vetting processes, just notice how many hoops are being jumped through to make this make any sense. It could be so much simpler if you see the heart of the matter and listen to the overwhelming majority of New Mexicans opposing this acquisition. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So we're going to allow our stenographer and other staff a 10-minute break, and so we'll come back at 4:42. And again, if you would like to provide comment, please make sure that Patrick has your name. He's standing, waving. Thank you. back. We'll go ahead and resume. I do want to check in with our general counsel's office because we've had people cycle through, and so wanted to give her the opportunity to give you a brief overview of how the process works. And then after that, I'll check in with Patrick and we can continue on with public comment.
Thank you. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. I went through a little bit of the legal requirements when we started the public comment hearing, and it might be helpful. So I will just describe the legal process the commission must follow in these merger and acquisition cases very briefly. Under the New Mexico Public Utility Act, specifically Section 62.612 and 62.613, a public utility may not sell or transfer its property or control without prior approval of the Public Regulation Commission. In this case, the utility, PNM, filed an application to be acquired by Troy Parent Company, which is a subsidiary of Blackstone, with the commission late last year. And now under the Public Utility Act, the commission must consider the application. To do this, the commission holds a hearing where they take evidence presented from both the applicants and other parties intervening in the case. After the hearing, the commission reviews the entire record and then must make a determination whether or not to approve the proposed transaction. In this case, direct testimony from the intervening parties is due on March 25th. Rebuttal testimony is due April 10th, and the hearing will commence on May 4th. If you would like to watch the hearing, it will be streamed on the commission's YouTube channel. I do want to stress that public comment is a very important part of this process. And thank you again for taking the time to be here.
Yep. Thank you. So Patrick, can you please call the next 5 names to provide comment?
Sure. Saren Scholl, Jay Chacon, Margaret Moray, Georgia Moray, and Daria Hoffman.
Thank you. And yeah, so please state your name and trying to keep comments to 3 minutes. So have my general counsel's office here to help us stay on track. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Serendipity Scholl, and I'm an attorney in New Mexico. I wanted to bring to the attention of everyone here and you all the various responsibilities that each party has in these negotiations. So Blackstone, from their website, it says, from data centers to the energy that powers them, Blackstone is providing the infrastructure to fuel the AI revolution. They have talked very publicly and loudly about their investment in AI infrastructure. Bloomberg said up to about $25 billion in AI infrastructure. This is really concerning to me because I know that the directors and the officers at Blackstone have a fiduciary duty, which means that they can be held legally responsible if they don't maximize profit for their shareholders. So it goes from you, the PRC, who your mission statement is the PRC serves New Mexico by ensuring safe operations and reliable utility services at fair, just, and reasonable rates consistent with the state's legal, economic, environmental, and social policies. So it goes from being regulated by a body who has our best interest written down to a body who can be held legally responsible, legally liable if they don't put profit over people. So we will necessarily have Blackstone in charge of the entity that has no regard for the people of New Mexico. If they are this heavily invested in AI infrastructure, they are going to channel our power into AI infrastructure. They necessarily will do that because their job is to maximize their profits. So they're going to protect that investment. So they're going to funnel our power into those AI data centers. We know this because we can see that, like, logically, legally, this is how they're going to act. And if they don't act that way, if they somehow grow a heart, they will be sued for growing that heart. They will be sued for putting New Mexicans first if they decide to do that. So because it is your duty to care for us and our interests as New Mexicans, as people who rely on this power and this power grid, I am begging you to please not give it over to people who will
be sued if they don't throw us under the bus. Thank you.
My name is Jay Chacon. I'm a student at UNM School of Law. Likewise, I came today to remind people of a few things regarding their duties. So I have a letter that I was initially going to send, but I will just read it. Commissioners, under NMSA 1978, Section 6264A, you possess the general and exclusive power to regulate, supervise public utilities in this state. That authority is not symbolic. It exists to protect ratepayers from structural risks that arise when monopoly utilities are transferred into complex holding company arrangements. This proposed transaction is a Class 2 transaction under NMSA 1978, Section 6233L, involving the transfer of control through a public utility holding company. The legislator required prior commission approval for precisely this kind of restructuring because affiliate control creates risks that are not visible on the surface, as Erin just stated. The New Mexico Supreme Court has already defined your role, commissioners. In Gasco of New Mexico versus New Mexico Public Service Commissioners, the court held that commissioners' authority extends beyond simple cost allocations into review of affiliate contract provisions in order to protect against cross-subsidization. The court recognized that affiliate structures can conceal hidden profit shifting that harms regulated taxpayers. That principle is directly implicated in this circumstance. Private equity acquisitions are not passive investments. They are engineered capital restructurings. They often involve layered holding companies, affiliate service agreements, dividend expectations, and capital structure adjustments designed to meet the investor return targets, not the public interest. When a regulated monopoly becomes part of that structure, the commission must examine the promises and the incentives. In Zia Natural Gas Co., the Supreme Court made clear that the capital structure directly affects rates that the commission may impute an appropriate structure to prevent investors from imposing unnecessary financing costs on the public. The court explained that excessive equity can constitute the nature of a company, luxury not to be reflected in rates. That reasoning applies equally here, where acquisition structures alter debt equity ratios or introduce additional financial pressures to taxpayers. We're being offered a $105 million residential rate credit over 4 years, and that's just 4 years. That's a temporary concession. The ownership transfer is permanent. Once control shifts, ratepayers remain captive to whatever capital expectations, affiliate arrangements, and financial strategies govern the holding company. Blackstone is one of the largest private equity firms in the world. That is a matter of public record. Its fiduciary obligation runs to its investors, as has been stated here before today. Its
I'm
infrastructure.
so sorry to stop you, but your time is up. But if you want to hand me your letter, we can put it in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And the people that Patrick called, if you wouldn't mind standing in a line, and that way we can be more expedient and organized. Yeah, maybe say the next 3 names. Okay. That way.
Margaret Moray, Georgia Moray, and Daria Hoffman.
Good evening. Thank you, first of all. I'm short. Thank you, first of all, for your time. I know that you're taking a lot of your own personal time out of your lives to do this, and I think all of us appreciate it. I moved to New Mexico in 1967, so I kind of feel like even though I'm not a native, I belong. And as a senior citizen, whatever, depending on Social Security, I can't see that we need to have any higher rates in any area of our lives. Thank you.
I'm Georgia Maury, and I'm a CNM student.
I don't have a lot in income. I can't afford an extra rate hike. And there's a projected, and they're projecting like 20 or 30% rate hikes if this transfer goes through. See, Blackstone is looking to have a monopoly on New Mexico's energy production to exploit it in order to pay for their AI empire. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Daria Hoffman, and I am a born and raised resident of New Mexico. I currently reside here in Albuquerque, where I'm a ratepayer to PNM. I am here to strongly oppose Blackstone's proposed buyout of PNM. It is my deeply held belief that our community's utilities should remain publicly owned, excuse me. A massive private entity like Blackstone cares nothing for New Mexico's residents, and it will not be held accountable by the PRC, whose budget and staffing pale in comparison to that of this corporate leviathan that is attempting to gain control of our resources. If this buyout goes through, as a result, New Mexico residents, as we well know, will be subject to unexplained and devastating rate increases. I work as a nurse here in the community, and I can tell you that the community I serve is already racked by poverty and ever-increasing costs. We cannot stand any more rate increases with our utilities, any more cost increases in general. We don't need this to happen, especially because based on what we know, as many people have already stated, Blackstone's other business dealings lie in the tech industry. So we can expect our money to be funneled into building hyperscale AI data centers. A single one of these data centers alone consumes as much energy as a city of 100,000 people and just as much water, if not more. I don't have the exact number. I can tell you New Mexico cannot withstand this degree of resource extraction. And we, everyone here, the people of New Mexico, we will not stand to be sold out for private economic interests. It is not right. For this reason, I urge you, the commission, to decide against this buyout by Blackstone. Thank you for your time.
Patrick, can you please call the next 5 people to line up?
That was it on my current list, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there anybody who would like to provide comment who has not provided comment yet? Yeah, in the back. Thank you. Yeah, please state your name and provide your comment.
Sorry I didn't sign up. My name is Grace Peters. I'm a student here at UNM, and I've lived here basically my whole life. And what my concern is with this deal isn't necessarily cost, but about our sovereignty and about our power as a state going forward. I believe that the quote was a 3.5% reduction of the average household's power bills over the next couple of years if Blackstone were to acquire PNM. And for me, that's this month, my power bill was about $85. So I think that's about $3 this month. And at my peak usage, that would be about $7. And I cannot stress enough that I believe myself and the people in this room would spend any amount of money every month to keep our power future within our own hands. I don't believe that the millionaires and the billionaires running that company, a private equity company made to slash overhead and try to preserve as much money as possible, have our future in their hands. It's been about almost 70 degrees this week, and it's February, which is a little concerning. BlackRock, yeah, is one of the largest polluters across the country, possibly across the world, and they don't have our climate interests at heart, and they don't have any interests of ours at heart. So I would love for you to consider what the governor of the state put you in charge to do and protect the state of New Mexico first. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to provide their comment right now? We have one over here.
State and spell your name, please.
Yes, my name is Mary Thelander, T as in Tom, Helander. I am a healthcare worker. I'm an occupational therapist. I work in the hospital I was born in here in Albuquerque. I strongly oppose Blackstone purchase of PNM for all of the reasons stated, but ultimately because I do not believe that this for-profit giant will ever care about the health, the welfare of the state, or the welfare of our electric grid. Please oppose the merger.
And, do we have another public commenter? Yes, come on up, sir.
I'm Neil Pitts, and I've had a bunch of careers here, railroad clerk, truck driver, film industry, you name it. And I've just lived paycheck to paycheck like everybody else. And to me, this is just a no-brainer. These guys will take every dollar out of our pocket they possibly can. Why wouldn't they? That's all they exist for. And so I think if you do your job, you'll keep these guys out of here. The state needs to run these utilities. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody else wishing to provide public comment? Yes. And if there's anybody else, please go ahead and line up and that way we can keep it going. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Abby, and I am a lifelong resident of New Mexico. I've been in Albuquerque about 4 years, and I'm here today to strongly oppose this acquisition. There's a long history of extractive industries coming to New Mexico under the guise of like economic growth, and it's sort of always ended in New Mexico's resources being drained out of it and no benefit to New Mexicans. So I just hope and urge you guys to oppose this acquisition and keep the interest for locals in the state. So thank you.
Can I get your last name, ma'am?
It's Gwynn, Gwynn.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else? Okay, so we'll just pause. I'm gonna go check in with our staff out there. Since we have no public commenter right now, we'll maybe we could resume in like 10 minutes. We can check back in, see if we have anybody else. Thank you. Hello? Okay. We have some more people who have come in and signed up. So we'll go ahead and resume. Patrick, if you wouldn't mind, please calling the names of the people who are signed up.
Okay, James Harrison, Nancy Singham, MK Anderson, Tim Buxton, Emilio Alvarez, and Sarah Sable.
Hi, my name is James Harrison. I'm a New Mexico native and student here at UNM. We've heard a lot about Blackstone's repeated history. We've heard a lot about Blackstone's economic potential gain at New Mexico's detriment. But instead, what I want to talk about is Blackstone's repeated history of negligence and moral bankruptcy. In both 2018 and 2019, the hotel chain Motel 6, owned by Blackstone, agreed to settle for nearly $20 million for giving out guest lists. Sure. In both 2018 and 2019, the hotel chain Motel 6, owned by Blackstone, agreed to settle for nearly $20 million for giving out guest lists to ICE without a warrant. In 2022, an investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor showed that more than 100 American children had been working illegally for a slaughterhouse cleaning firm, also owned by Blackstone. I'll keep it brief because of the time limit. These are just a couple examples of this company's history of controversy. How effectively can a company of this size regulate? How effectively can a company of this size properly care for the interests of the New Mexican resident or the New Mexican government, especially before the interests of its shareholders? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Singham. I got my master's degree right here at UNM, and I was a kindergarten teacher in APS for many years. I'm 76 years old, and I spent the last 10 years of my retirement working on climate change. And I mention my age and my work on climate because taken in combination, they bring sort of a long view perspective to me about our people and our planet. And from this perspective, I can say with conviction that humans on this entire planet, and in particular in New Mexico, are really at a critical juncture, unlike any that we've seen before. Decisions of many kinds that we make now will determine both the viability of our life and the quality of our life. Never before in history has the world needed to think through the long-lasting consequences of our actions. Never before in history has short-term profitability, such as Blackstone brings to this deal, been more dangerous, a more dangerous basis on which to make decisions about the energy systems on which we rely. Never before has it been so urgent to make energy decisions based on both the short and long-term needs and benefits to our people and our drying, heating land. For these reasons, I ask you not to tie these decisions to short-term profitability, but instead to the needs of our state and our world. Thank you guys very much for being here, by the way. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Sable. I've been a New Mexico resident for probably 48 years now. And I have serious concerns about this deal with Blackstone. As someone else mentioned, the company does not have the greatest reputation for ethics. Also, I'm concerned about some of the data centers that are being proposed to go up in New Mexico and the rush to get PNM. And I have to say, as a taxpayer and as a utility payer, the benefit of 3.5% per month, that coming back to my utility bill in exchange for Blackstone owning PNM is not great for me. I mean, that averages out to about $350 a month. I could make $350 a month just by changing to LED light bulbs. So I don't see this as a huge benefit for New Mexicans. I also see it as, after that 4 years, when the company can charge whatever they want, and there's also the possibility of New Mexicans not being a priority when they are selling power to other states and other companies, I think this is possibly not a great deal for us. And I would like for us to not do this deal as New Mexican. Thank you very much.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Okay, my name is Emilio Alvarez. I'm 25 years old. I grew up a resident here in New Mexico since I've been a little kid. And what I'm scared of, me as a concerned citizen and a concerned New Mexican resident, is these major corporations coming in and taking our local and natural resources that we preciously need. And not only that, this will be an economic, power grab, pretty much. That's what it is. But we're also selling our natural resources that we're so scarce on. I work for the city of Albuquerque. I'm an irrigator, so I water the parks. I take care of these parks. I see how much of a drought we're in, and this is only going to contribute to the AI data centers that we are trying to rush. And this is why I'm scared, because I'm scared that eventually we're not going to be able to have, these lakes and these beautiful things we have around here, and I'm really scared. And I'm also scared that all of our bills are going to go up just throughout this whole time Blackstone's in charge. And I'm tired of seeing these monopolies no one doesn't do nothing about. Lawmakers don't do it. No one doesn't do it. And I am tired of seeing this. I am really scared, not for my mental health, but for everybody's mental health. This is only going to add more stress to what's going on in the world. And I feel like if we shut this down, this is the right step that we take forward in the right direction. Because at the end of the day, Blackstone's only going to just reap the benefits. No one's not going to see the benefits besides them. And they're just going to keep on making money off of everybody. And I'm tired of seeing this. So please, I am asking you guys, don't let Blackstone purchase and go through with this deal. Not only for, these older generations, but also the new generations, people that are up and coming around my age. Think about them. Think about how we can make this environment a better place for everybody at the end of the day. And we don't sell our resources to a monopoly. Think about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dr. Mary Kay Anderson, an Albuquerque resident and a PNM customer. I'm here today to share my understanding of the dangers we face in the proposed Blackstone acquisition of our electric utility and ask that you protect us, the public, from this threat. The private equity entity Blackstone is adept at extracting profit for its shareholders. And as a shareholder in several entities, not Blackstone, I admit that profit making is not universally a bad thing. In the case of Blackstone, however, we have a great deal of damning evidence that their profits will undoubtedly come at the expense of our service and at great cost to our communities and our environment. I am confident that others have spoken to much of this evidence, but to summarize, Blackstone has an extensive and verifiable record of exploiting people, employees, communities, and the environment in order to maximize profit. That scenario comes at our expense, sirs, and your role as regulators, protectors of the public interest, is critical. I don't envy you that. If Blackstone is allowed to proceed with this acquisition, regulation of a private equity of that size will surely be beyond the capacity of New Mexico's PRC. The time is now to protect the public and deny this acquisition. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for
hearing us. I am Tim Buxton. I'm a PNM customer in Albuquerque. I oppose the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone because I don't think it's in the interest of the state of New Mexico's economy. New Mexico has vast, clean, renewable and energy potential, solar and wind with battery backup and geothermal. Once installed, these all produce reliable power for decades. You're well aware of these things, and I thank you for the progress that's been made by PNM and with the PRC's guidance. As we drive our EV through New Mexico, we see some substantial solar farms, wind generating farms that are powering our car. So we know there's been progress, but I'm concerned that we need to do more. We know that solar and wind easily coexist with agriculture, and our neighboring state of Texas discovered this as it has led the way in these clean energies. The new technology using electricity called electric tech is excellent, and it's always getting cheaper as better manufacturing methods are invented. Every doubling of production of any product means a 20% drop in cost. We're looking for affordability with no end in sight. Exhaust-free electric vehicles are getting cheaper and performing better each year, again, with no end in sight. Batteries to back up wind and solar energy are getting ever cheaper with more capacity. The faster we move with this clean energy boom in our clean energy state, the cheaper and better our electric tech economy becomes. Electric tech is good in many, many ways. It's as if eating a tasty banana split also made you lose weight and get stronger. It cleans our air, it's cheap now, and it's always getting cheaper, without the threat of price spikes from foreign wars that oil and gas always have. It's a win-win-win. New Mexico's best future is to move full speed ahead with the clean energy we can have so much of to use here and to export. Blackstone wants us, I'm afraid that Blackstone wants us to forget what overwhelming advantages we have as a state in clean energy, because it does not meet their business model. That model is to extract a percentage of their costs as profits to send out of state. Lower costs of clean energy mean they have lower profits. So if they own PNM, they are incentivized to go with costly polluting methane generators to raise our rates and increase their profits. What is more important, a thriving economy and ever better quality of life as we exploit clean energy, or the business model of an out-of-state corporate raider that would pay no attention to Mexico ever, except that they want to extract money that is ours into their coffers? We can have our best future with a majority of PNM being owned by our state, I feel, of New Mexico, to make sure low-cost clean energy is developed as fast as possible.
I'm so sorry to stop you, sir. Thank you so much for your comment.
Okay, please oppose the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone. Thank you.
Patrick, was that the end of the names you called?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm ready for our new list here.
Okay, let's go with those.
We have Jacob, and sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Begins with an M. Sebastian Moulton, Liz Bearzy, Alex Bearzy, and Ford Davis.
I'm Sebastian Moulton, and I'm here to comment about this. Sebastian Moulton. I'm a resident of New Mexico, born and raised here, and I strongly oppose the sale of PNM to Blackstone. I feel that the sale will do more harm to the benefits than benefit to the citizens of our state. I believe that state utilities should be owned and operated by the citizens of the state rather than outside entities that are private corporations. A company of this size will want to profit off of its investment. And how can that benefit our state if they're taking all their profits back to New York? I feel that the sale will also open us up to the further building of AI data centers, as people mentioned. We're already in a water deficit and a huge drought all across the whole state. So why would we be spending water on data? You can't drink data. Additionally, I feel that a private entity such as Blackstone will be harder to be held accountable if they don't meet any of their goals or actions that they say that they'll take. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I oppose this.
Hello, my name is Jack Mycrans. It may have been spelled a little weird on there, but I'm a resident of Albuquerque here. I've lived here all my life, born and raised, and this sale is explicitly against the people of New Mexico. After the 4 years, the monopoly is only going to cost more to New Mexican residents, and we've seen nothing but wage stagnation. We've seen this when Intel came in the 90s, wages flatlined. We saw people getting poisoned by Intel's negligent activities in the environment, and we can't really see Blackstone doing anything different. And, you know, with the Epstein files coming out, we do see that the CEO of Blackstone does have some connections with Jeffrey Epstein. We haven't seen anything nefarious yet. However, not all the files are out, and I believe this is not a respectable decision to go forward with someone who align themselves with that person. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Liz Biarzi, and I'm an 18-year Albuquerque resident and a PNM customer. I am also an Aggie who has been forced to come to Lobo territory because the message is so important. You also an Aggie? Okay, I know. It's difficult, but we have to do what we have to do. What do boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Z, employed professionals, students, those who are retired, those who are organized, and individuals all have in common? We have all voiced that we all agree that Blackstone acquiring Texan Energy is bad for New Mexicans and bad for PNM customers. Facts, case history, court case history, it has all been brought to your attention at this point for 2 days now, and the community and the customers have been very clear no to the acquisition by Blackstone of Texan Energy. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Biarzi. I'm an IBEW electrician out at 611 and a UNM alum. I've lived in New Mexico my entire adult life and most of my childhood as well. This acquisition by a private equity firm is bad for us as customers and bad for me as a potential negotiated position employee. Companies like Blackstone don't just have an incentive or an interest in generating profit at the expense of all else. They are legally mandated to. The Dodge versus Ford case in 1919 requires companies like Blackstone or any private company to maximize shareholder value at the expense of anything else. And if they can avoid spending any money to increase their profit margins, they will. And it will be at the expense of us as taxpayers and as workers working for this utility. They will be a monopoly in our state, and they will do whatever they can to take advantage of that position for their own benefit. This is a terrible decision to move forward with this kind of acquisition for a state like New Mexico. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ford Davis. I'm a 70-plus year resident of this city, customer to PNM. I've retired recently to spend my time helping to educate our high school students to give them a chance in the artificial intelligence field. However, do not mistake that I'm in favor of this acquisition or this change. These data centers are very, very new, and they're not going to last long. The damage they will create will be untold, and it's not going to last long. They're going to take advantage, they're going to do what they can do, and then do what they wish with the state. I'd like to see AI help students in this state learn to manage and solve New Mexican problems. That's part of the goal of our organization, the New Mexico Artificial Intelligence Academy. I'd like to see that you do what I hope the Public Regulation Commission does, which is to regulate businesses in this state to benefit the public. And this doesn't benefit the public. This benefits a private, large company. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next five: Connie Moore, Isabella Nuanez, Damian Cummings, Caitlin Turner, and Brendan Doyle.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for seeing us and letting us speak. My name is Damian Cummings. I'm a lifetime resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and a solar investor. And I'm very concerned that this will cause severe problems in the with solar development. I just wanted to say that I oppose this, and I appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
Patrick, can you state those names again?
Connie Moore, Isabella Nuanez, Caitlin Turner, and Brendan Doyle.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Teller. I'm a resident of New Mexico. I'm a student at the law school, and I'm here to document my opposition to this acquisition. P&M's core mission is to, quote, serve New Mexico by ensuring safe operations and reliable utility services at fair, just, and reasonable rates consistent with the state's legal, economic, and environmental and social policies. Emphasis on fair and reasonable. So P&M, Blackstone has this 4-year moratorium on rate increases. They've said that they'll ensure up to a 3.5% decrease in residents' utility bills for this 4-year period. Beyond that, there's no guarantee that after this 4-year moratorium, they don't immediately hike rates. Private equity firms, we know, expect a certain return over a set period of time. That return is going to come from New Mexico's residents. 40,000 homes are already behind on utility bills that are covered by P&M, and 40% of P&M customers live below the poverty line. Giving private equity access to this essential utility is going to exacerbate that issue. I'm glad someone else mentioned it. This is the CEO of Blackstone, Stephen Schwarzman, is mentioned in the Epstein files after his 2008 conviction for soliciting children for prostitution. This man invited Jeffrey Epstein into his personal home. At the very least, we know that he closely associates with known pedophiles. That on its face is incredibly problematic. I strongly suggest that we deny this application for acquisition. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brendan Doyle. I'm a law student at the University of New Mexico. And one of the big reasons that I moved out here and decided to settle down and go to law school here is the tight-knit communities that make up this state and the amazing people that are part of them. Going forward with this proposal would be turning our backs on those people and instead allowing the blight of corporatism to further harm the state. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Isabella Nuanez. I'm a New Mexico resident, born and raised here all my life. I'm here to oppose the acquisition of P&M by the private equity firm Blackstone. Private equity has no place in public utilities. Their planned expansion of capital expenditures will push costs onto New Mexicans while making Blackstone shareholders richer. New Mexicans deserve transparency and control over our energy. We do not deserve to be at the mercy of a massive private equity energy monopoly whose expansion of generation and transmission will only deplete our environment and our local economy. We already experience scarce water resources, and by inviting Blackstone to expand generation in favor of the creation of data centers, we will be putting our already strained environment in even worse conditions. New Mexico has been an environmental sacrifice zone for too long, and we cannot afford to be exploited by Blackstone. Thank you.
Next, Connor McClellan, Leah Rossetti, Kristen Sandoval, and Chase Potston.
Yes, and if you wouldn't mind, please lining up, or you can also use these chairs over here just to get a little closer if you're in the queue. Thank you for your comment, and please state your name.
My name is Connor McClellan. I'm 18 years old, and I was born in Albuquerque, raised in Rio Rancho. As of today, Blackstone's infrastructure portfolio includes Apple Green, Invenergy, ASPI, Carix, and PTI. These are companies that control things such as ports, cell towers, highways, solar and wind farms. And now they are trying to gain access to our power grids. Blackstone is doing their best to profit off of every single part of our lives. They profit off of our commerce, they profit off of our communication, and now they are trying to profit off of simply living in New Mexico. I personally, living in Rio Rancho, went through multiple months under good P&M rates of no power because New Mexican residents don't have access to a lot of economic opportunities that other people in this country have. And we are trying to give our means of staying in this state that we all love very dearly. We're trying to give those means to people who do not care about us and simply want to take our money and put it in their own pockets. Thank you for all listening to the people in New Mexico. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I am Chase Dotson, a UNM student and a lifelong New Mexico resident. My family dates back to the first Latin Americans who lived here. They later got colonized by the United States. New Mexico has a history of being mistreated and traded among powers, and this is no different. The sale of P&M to private equity is selling the people's livelihoods. Blackstone and many other large equity firms already own large stakes in the housing market in New Mexico and have a history that they will exploit New Mexico residents for profit and even unhousing them. We are one of the lowest states ranked for average household income with a high rate of unemployment and a lack of opportunities. The sale of the most reliable energy source for New Mexico residents will condemn thousands to suffer without electricity and heat. There are people here who will suffer if we sell to P&M, and we shouldn't do it because that is wrong. and I do not believe any large equity firm should own any stake in variables of people's lives, including electricity. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Leah Rossetti. I am relatively new to New Mexico, and I've only been fortunate enough to live in Albuquerque for the past few years. But I am a resident, I'm a PNM customer, and I just, from the bottom of my heart, need to express how much I oppose this sale to Blackstone. Just all the reasons that everyone has brought up already, but when it comes down to it, selling to a corporation like Blackstone, whose sole driving incentive is to create profit for shareholders, it'll be on the backs of the residents here. Whether that's building AI data centers, neglecting infrastructure, it'll only worsen problems that already exist. The 4-year term of not raising prices, that's going to go so fast, and there's no way to call that back once that bell has been rung. So just one, I thank you for continuing to listen to the public again today and continuing to have these hearings, because I was at the first one, wasn't able to make it in, wasn't able to talk. So I am deeply grateful to each of you for continuing to listen to the public and take everyone's voices into account as you make this decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Sandoval. My family has been in New Mexico since the 1940s, and my grandfather actually retired from PNM. I'm here this evening because I know it would break my grandfather's heart, the thought of selling PNM to such a corrupt organization as Blackstone. It's terrifying to me to think about. The reason why I came this evening is because as a former public librarian, and currently I work in a church, I see people all the time who are having difficulty with their electric bill. And I think about those people every time I hear about Blackstone, and I know the repercussions it's going to have for our state and for the people in our state. I think this is very serious, and I hope that you will really contemplate what this could do to our state. Thank you so much for listening.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of my current list here.
Do we have anybody who has not provided public comment who would like to provide public comment? We have.
Hi, my name's Heather Houston. I moved here 15 years ago, I guess land of enchantment, but I love Albuquerque. I love New Mexico, and I'm just really disappointed to see the momentum behind this deal because many other people have already said this, but private equity is out to make money for their shareholders, for themselves. It's not in the best interest of the people. And my understanding is that this commission is responsible to the people of New Mexico and to the businesses of New Mexico. And I think under that responsibility, this deal is not one that supports that prerogative that you have. So I urge you greatly, please just don't do this to us. Thank you.
Spell your last name, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you please spell your last name for the stenographer?
It's not like the city, it's Huston. Thank you.
Patrick, do we have a new list?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have Natalie Rojas, Zach Hoffman, Bailey Gresson, John Fawcett, and Catherine Hill.
Hi, I'm Natalie Rojas.
I am a graduate student here at UNM. I'm a PhD student, and I'm here to oppose the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone. Just to let you know, New Mexico representatives I think this week, unanimously approved an investigation into Epstein Zorro's ranch or Epstein Zorro Ranch. I mean, when was the last time that you saw politicians all come together and agree on anything, right? That's how much that they are against that kind of activity. As you've heard from others, the CEO of Blackstone, Steven Schwarzman, is all over the Epstein's files, which, to remind everyone, is about human trafficking. The same man, Steven Schwarzman, also sits on Presbyterian's board. So our hospitals and our medical care are also under this man. Well, New Mexicans have some choice in medical care. We all pay PNM for electricity. I know that I don't want my money going to a private equity firm, especially one led by someone who pals around with little girls and grown men who would like to do inappropriate things with those little girls. AI is already using a ridiculous amount of water to allow grown men to create salacious images of minors. Don't make New Mexicans pay to support. Don't make New Mexicans pay with our dollars and our environment to support that kind of activity. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Zach Hoffman, Zachhoffman. I live in Albuquerque. My family's been in the state for a long time, and I have a few things to say about this. We've heard a lot over the last couple of hours about how this sale is going to be consequential for New Mexico. The sale of our primary power supplier to an entity that is not just interested in profit. PNM is no saint, of course. Those of us who are more interested in providing power than profit might have a thing to say about that. But Blackstone's intention, Blackstone's entire reason for being is to provide value for its shareholders. The national corporation. It's not based in New Mexico. It's not even based in a couple of states like PNM is. Blackstone's entire reason for being is to provide value for its shareholders. If that means building data centers, if that means raising rates, if that means destroying New Mexico's natural resources, then that's going to happen. Like, that's not even a debate. That's not a conversation. That's just what will happen, because the reason for being is not providing power. It's not generating profit from rates. It's providing profit to its shareholders. That's a completely separate third level that we currently do not now deal with, dealing with PNM. There is no reason to approve this sale. There is no reason to hand the generation of power in this state, the rates paid by New Mexicans, to this for-profit, for shareholders. 90, however, like, let's all guess together, 99% of whom do not live in New Mexico. Why would we do that? Why would we hand it over? This state is not competing with itself. We are not trying to make lives better for New Mexicans year over year. We're trying to make lives better for New Mexicans in comparison with states around us. The legislature right now is debating a bill that will affect whether healthcare providers can afford to move here compared to other states right next door. And obviously, this isn't the first order of this decision you're facing, but we as New Mexicans cannot afford to pretend as though we live alone. We are not an island. We are competing. Why would we choose to raise our rates? Why would we choose to make it harder on ourselves? Please, commissioners, reject this. Do not sell to Blackstone. Do not permit this sale, which will raise rates, lower quality of service, and make life worse for the average, the median, and the high-earning New Mexican. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Bailey Grebin, Grebbin. I think I spelled that. I think my handwriting was not great before. And I moved here a few years ago, and I'm here today to say that we really strongly urge you to not, allow Blackstone to come on in and take over our power here. One of the reasons I moved here was that this is like a strong, like democratic state, that we have like, like beautiful environment around us, and that I wanted to be able to participate in that and like be in a good place for like, for many years to come. And this it's like people said, Blackstone is shady. And I would really, strongly urge you to not, not allow Blackstone to grab our power. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello. My name is John Fawcett. Do you need me to spell that? Fawcett. I'm here today to express my discontent with this deal going forward. I think it makes no sense for this outside entity to have any stake whatsoever in a public utility. I think it's nice that they're offering around $175 million of supposed benefits for building new renewable infrastructure. However, we don't need that money. The state on its own through bonds generates way more money. I've voted for many myself. Just last September, the city of Albuquerque issued bonds totaling over $775 million for producing renewable infrastructure. Then in August of last year as well, there was a $225 million deal to increase renewable battery storage. And so just looking at the numbers, this deal doesn't make sense at all. And again, you've all heard, commissioners, the horrible things that Blackstone has been convicted of. Don't see at all why this deal should go forward. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Catherine Hill. I have lived in Albuquerque for over 60 years. I'm here to support the fact that we should keep P&M as our main electric company. There's many reasons. I'm co-founder of the Rail Yard Market. We have a lot of small business communities that rely on good water, and these companies like Blackstone would not support our healthy, clean water in our environment, which would serve to undermine a lot of communities in New Mexico, all these beautiful growers markets we have all over the state, all the jobs they support, all the economy we support by having these communities. I have reviewed the information about Blackstone, and I ask you to please not allow the takeover by Blackstone. P&M has been doing a great job for us. Right now, we're probably on wind power. I also invested in wind power and solar power because I've been paying my P&M bill all these years. Thank you.
Shelby Foley, and then I have three names without any last names. So George, Caitlin, and Chevy.
Hi. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to the comments of the community. I'm sure you've heard hours worth of facts related to Blackstone's track record and negative consequences following their involvement with other ventures. Instead of submitting a comment to be organized in a table, I wanted to take the time to be here in person so you could see me and hear my voice, and know that I'm one of many people that care about this community. Please listen to the numerous requests urging that the sale cannot go through. We really care about New Mexico, and thank you again.
Hi, my name's George Schroeder, Schroeder. Thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I was fortunate to be able to install solar panels on the roof of my home in order to offset my power bill moving forward. And it was a financial calculation I made as I approached retirement. And I thought, I'm going to go on a pension. I was a public servant for 25 years in Bernalillo County. And I thought it would be really good to have solar power that would offset my utility bill. And that's been good. It's worked. The people that sold me the solar panels are a company that's been doing business in New Mexico since the 1970s. And they approached me and asked me if I want to buy a battery pack to put on the wall of my garage to charge my electric car and to charge my fridge and to provide power for my furnace and my fridge and a toaster and maybe some lights when the grid goes down. Because even though I have solar panel, I send the power out into the system and I rely on the system for my power. And the reason I was told by this company and this owner of the company that I trust was that the grid is going to become more reliable as it becomes more privatized. Okay, there's no incentive for the people that want to buy this utility to invest in the infrastructure that provides the power. I don't think it's going to result in better customer service, better infrastructure. I think you're being duped. I think this is a terrible idea. I think it's a really bad idea. And I'm grateful for all the people in this room who share that opinion for all the various reasons. I think rates are going to increase inevitably. Okay, but where's the money going to go? Is it going to go into the quality of the infrastructure so our grid does not collapse like it has in the state of Texas? I can't afford a $20,000 battery pack in the event that the grid goes down. And I think this sale is practically a guarantee that it will. Thank you for listening and thank you for your service.
Hello there. My name is Chevy. I'm originally from Florida. I came here almost 2 years to the day. From my abusive family, I came here with only the clothes on my back and my rabbit, and I have come in the 2 years I've lived here. I've come to absolutely adore New Mexico, especially the nature. I used to live up on Tramway, and God, the mountains. And with this Blackstone buying, they want God damn. They want to build data centers everywhere, especially in the God damn. They want to build data centers which are absolutely horrible for the environment, not just in the absolute waste of water they are. The materials they use can also just be detrimental to like the soil, the plants around it. It's just bad for the environment. Not to mention, Blackstone's a private equity company, and historically, private equity has not been good for literally anyone involved. Joanne's got killed because they got bought by a private equity company. And I am just urging the commissioners to please block this buying. Yeah.
Ma'am.
Patrick, can you state the remaining names?
There were no additional names, but I'll call out one more. Caitlin. There's no last name, but it's the most recent sign up for that.
Hello, Commissioners. At a time of rising electricity costs and mounting environmental crises, Blackstone's proposed acquisition of TXNM Energy and its electric utility PNM represents a serious threat to New Mexico's future. This takeover is not about service, reliability, or customer benefits, nor is it about PNM's lack of access to capital. It is about turning a regulated monopoly into a profit engine for Blackstone's investors. No matter the cost to New Mexico families, small businesses, workers, our dwindling water supply, or the climate. Allowing the acquisition of our public utility by an out-of-state private equity firm furthers the legacy of violent resource extraction that has already killed hundreds of thousands of New Mexicans. I strongly urge you to reject this proposal.
Can you please state your name for the stenographer?
CAITLINBOURG. Thank you.
Did we have a second, Caitlin? Yeah, please come on.
Yeah, I will. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Caitlin Bizzell, CAITLYN, Bizzell, BIZZELL. I'm a student here at UNM, a New Mexico citizen, and a student leader of the youth-led organization UNM Leaders for Environmental Action and Foresight. I speak today to ask that you stop Blackstone from buying PNM and stand up for New Mexicans. Basic needs like power should not be handled by for-profit entities like Blackstone Private Equity. Please consider that those most affected by this sort of sale are the hardworking New Mexicans that make our state the beautiful place that it is. It is the public that upholds our economy, our agriculture, our school systems, and our communities. It should be the public that has the biggest say in our utility resources. A deal with Blackstone will do nothing for the people of New Mexico. It will just continue to funnel capital from the New Mexico economy into the pockets of private entities and wealthy individuals. I implore you, protect the livelihoods of New Mexicans like me and my family, my peers and my friends, so that our state can remain one for its own people. Thank you.
GB Harris, come up to the podium.
Hello, I am GB Harris. I think you're probably going to get the gist of everything that I say based on what we've heard here tonight. I think that there's an obvious bias to the people who inhabit this greater Albuquerque area. The New Mexico area is a larger diaspora if they could be here tonight, I would argue, especially given the relationship to wealth extraction that indigenous communities especially face. Where we are today, though, aside from all of these excellent points, aside from the increase to cost to New Mexicans, the delineation of monies staying inside of communities versus being expropriated to multinational corporations. When we are a mom and pop community, when we are a community that has very family-centric values, very multicultural values, which includes a much larger family in a lot of respects. And I think that what we really need to recognize today is that all of these points that have been brought up are no longer just issues that New Mexicans are facing, right? These acquisitions by these private hedge funds are not just a New Mexico problem. You can look at any community in any part of this country and see the same response after these transfers of wealth have gone through, of our material wealth, our water, our electricity, our power. And I wonder now if we can even expand. I would like to expand that circle. I would like to show a picture of a larger interconnected global market, because I think that actually is at the core of what we are talking about. When we're talking about data centers, when people are talking about the wealth being extracted from the earth to put these technologically advanced superstructures into place that eat the same amount of water as medium-sized cities, some of them. When we're talking about the relationship of capital to this material acquisition, we're talking about the actual goods that are are being used. Our water in particular, that is no longer in our hands as New Mexicans or any other community that has this particular kind of hedge fund structure or multinational corporate structure come into it. I would even argue that what we are seeing is a reflection of the colonization that has happened in Sudan, that has happened in the Congo, that has happened on a global scale for the purpose of expropriating wealth, the physical wealth, the high-tech minerals, what are they called? The rare earth minerals, that's the one. The rare earth minerals that have enslaved an entire nation.
And I'm sorry, sir, I need to stop you for the time limit. Thank you so much for your comment.
Is there anyone after me?
We're trying to keep it so it's fair to everybody who's speaking today.
Sure.
So we're keeping it 3 minutes. Thank you.
Free the Congo, free Sudan, free Palestine, end this global imperialist structure that at the very tippy top of it, at the very tippy top are multinational corporations like
Mr. Chair, that's the end of my current list.
Okay, then we'll go ahead then and break for now. And yes, please go ahead. And then after this one, we'll break and then we'll gather the names of additional public commenters as we get them. Please go ahead.
Yad Eanoto she Abigail Littlefield Nisha Kiani Nisha Hushkushni Bashishchi Nana Joji de Nasha. Hello, my name is Abigail Littlefield, and I am asking that you oppose the Blackstone acquisition of P&M. I've been talking about Blackstone for over a year now. Every day I learn something new. This is not the first time that Blackstone has come in through New Mexico. They have entered in through the Tallgrass Energy. They were trying to convert the Escalante power plant out in Pruitt, New Mexico. They're trying to turn it into a hydrogen facility, another climate fall solution that doesn't work, and it isn't going to help the communities that are facing the front lines. Another way that they came through is that they're trying to build a hydrogen pipeline through the Navajo Nation, straight through the Navajo Nation. Now it's a natural gas line. When I think about Blackstone, I think about how they weasel their way in. They change their intentions once they get everything approved. I'm deeply, deeply concerned if Blackstone buys out P&M. Blackstone has advocated for false climate solutions. You have heard about their data centers, and it is blatantly clear that their self-interest is prioritized. Ratepayers are going to pay for the communities that where these pipelines and all these power plants are going to pay for it. And I'm asking that you listen to the community. That's what these public comments or hearings are for. You get Blackstone side of it. They're going to give you all their reports, all their testimonies, all their data. And then the public is coming to you with our testimonies, with our data that we acquired on our free time. So thank you for this time. I'm thankful. And that's my comment. Thank you.
I think we're getting a new list, so. Yeah, Patrick, please go ahead.
Okay, there's 4 new names, but I think 2 of them already spoke, but I'll say them anyway. Caitlin Bizel and Abigail Littlefield, Luciano Chavarria and Suzanne Teichert.
Hello, thank you guys for taking the time to come to the university and letting us speak. My name is Luciano Chavarria. I am a lifelong Albuquerque resident and a former UNM student. New Mexico has one of the highest rates of extreme poverty. Many households, especially in rural and on the reservations, do not have access to consistent electricity or water. 40,000 New Mexicans already struggle paying their electricity bill, and the inclusion of a for-profit company would be detrimental to New Mexicans who are already unable to support themselves. New Mexico has a history of systemic inequality and disenfranchisement, and this would be another step in that direction. A public utility that is a necessity to modern life should never be used to squeeze more money out of the people who are the foundation of this country. Profit has yet to provide for the people or the environment, and with Blackstone's track record, I do not believe that this will change. Thank you.
Is there anybody who has not provided public comment who wishes to provide public comment? Ma'am, please come up.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Teichert, and I am very concerned about Blackstone. I mean, I read that in Saudi Arabia, they have created modern slavery there, and they keep foreign workers there for decades. And then if they want to go home, they blackmail the family into selling their own homes in their poverty-stricken country. And then they're finally allowed to go home decades later. So Blackstone is about the most evil corporation. What are we doing here? Why doesn't PNM just run itself? I just don't understand. And can someone just explain to me, why are we not doing this ourselves? I'm really upset about this. So thank you for being here. And
Do we have anybody else who wishes to provide public comment who has not provided public comment? Yeah, come on up.
Hi, my name is Noah Freshley. I've lived here in Albuquerque for over 5 years. The whole time I've paid my utilities through PNM. And I wanted to highlight two statistics. In 2021, Blackstone bought out over 5,000 rental homes in San Diego, and they increased the price by 38%, double market average. And then there's another study from Harvard Medical School last year. When private equity takes over emergency rooms, deaths increase by 13%. So we see private equity really destroys everything it touches. I mean, working people are just getting more and more priced out. Like the top 10% now make up for 92% of consumer spending. And yeah, we're just getting tired of it. And yeah, that's it.
Is there anybody else who has not commented yet? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so we will break for another 10 minutes and see if we get additional people to speak. And so we'll be back at, let's make it 6:40. Okay, thanks for gathering back. We do have a few more people who came to provide public comment, so I'll lean on Patrick to give us those names.
Jonathan Juarez, Isabella O'Donnell, Hernan Gruey, and Glenn Osborne.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jonathan Juarez, both traditional spellings, and I'm here today as a lifelong P&M customer who hopes to one day raise a family here in my hometown. Commissioners, I'm here this evening to urge you not to be swayed by promised incentives or carefully crafted corporate messaging. One of the most important questions here is whether Blackstone's record, conduct, and leadership warrant control over infrastructure this essential. Because this is not just a financial decision. It is a judgment about credibility, ethics, and accountability. Blackstone is led by executives whose names have appeared repeatedly in unsealed DOJ documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Namely, Blackstone CEO Steven Schwartzman is named in the Epstein files at least 179 times, including across flight logs, contact lists, and legal records that have raised serious public questions nationwide. Here in New Mexico, we recently removed the name of disgraced former Governor Bill Richardson from UNM Hospital after Richardson was found named in the Epstein files. And that was the right call. So tonight, I ask you this: if we do not want Richardson's name on our hospital because of reputational harm and ethical concerns, why would we hand control over our power grid to a corporation led by individuals whose judgment and associations have raised similar public concern? The Epstein files are one of the darkest moral failures of our time that history will not soften or forget. And any institution that ties itself to that shadow inherits it. You do not want your legacies to be poisoned by doing business with these monsters. Commissioners, we are running out of ways to implore the three of you to do the right thing. Electricity is not abstract. It is life-sustaining infrastructure. It powers hospitals, dialysis machines, ventilators, refrigeration for medicine, heat in the winter, and cooling in the summer. Trust matters here. This commission is tasked by law with protecting the public interest. And public interest means more than rates on a bill. It means confidence, legitimacy, and moral authority over systems people cannot live without. Blackstone executives operating from Manhattan skyscrapers are not accountable to New Mexican families when that trust is broken. They do not live with the consequences, but the three of you will. I'd like to close my comment this evening by acknowledging I've been here for the past 6.5 hours, and I'd like to acknowledge for the record that with less than 15 minutes remaining in today's 6-hour public comment hearing, not a single person has spoken in support of this acquisition. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isabella O'Donnell Silverberg, two last names. Thank you guys for your time and thank you for listening to us. And I just want to say that my sincerest hope with this is that what we say actually matters and actually means something in this decision. I think I don't need to reiterate all of the reasons why this acquisition should not go through. Those have been eloquently stated by many people, but I hope that in whatever capacity possible, everything that we have said tonight is in deep consideration in all of your minds in this decision, because the points that these people have made tonight are incredibly well spoken, true, and important. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hernan Goni. I just wanted to reiterate that Blackstone is a private company, which means that in order to be competitive, they need to grow their income or grow the amount of profit that they make 10% every single year in order to compete. I don't know what kind of magical thinking can square that fact with them taking over our public utilities. I don't know how you could grow your income 10% while not extracting wealth from the people that you are doing business with. It's just impossible. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Glenn Osborne, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about Blackstone. So Blackstone is one of the largest private equity and investment firms in the entire world, and they manage over $1 trillion in assets for institutions and wealthy clients. They generate billions of dollars in revenue every single year. It is evident that Blackstone prioritizes the creation of wealth for their clients and the filthy rich executives that manage the company. The only reason that Blackstone is purchasing PNM is to increase their profits, just plain and simple. Blackstone prioritizes profit over people in every single situation they are involved in. They have no place owning a public utility company that hundreds of thousands of New Mexicans rely on for electricity, which is an essential service. People and families across New Mexico that rely on PNM for electricity generally don't have the option to choose a different provider because these utility companies are considered a monopoly. If Blackstone acquires PNM, they have made false claims that they will lower costs, but we all know the truth. Costs will go up and families will be forced to pay the increased rates. Blackstone has no place acquiring PNM to squeeze as much profit out of our communities as possible, and Blackstone's profit maximizing ownership structure does not align with the needs of the people and families in my home state. We all need to oppose the acquisition of PNM and stand up against Blackstone. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have two more sign-ins. Andrew Brenner and Caitlin Faber.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Failer, and I am asking you to oppose this proposition. So many speakers today have come up and spoken on behalf of the citizens of New Mexico, of our Indigenous communities, and I would just like to speak about my own small and maybe, seemingly unrelated experience. I am one of 15 genetic specialists providing care to New Mexicans in a clinical setting. There's a years-long waitlist to see a medical geneticist, and there's a lot of mobility in my work. I chose New Mexico because I have a commitment to healthcare in the rural Intermountain West, but I had job offers in 6 other states before I chose to move here 3 years ago. I love living in Albuquerque. I hope to stay here. And when I think about buying a home and putting down roots, raising my children as New Mexicans, my only reservation is the stability of the infrastructure. I think about our power, I think about our water, and the sale of PNM via this proposal, as we have heard all day, will destabilize our infrastructure. I want to stay in New Mexico. I want to continue to provide medical care for New Mexicans. And how can I continue doing that when my future patients will be completely destabilized? How can I provide care when the facilities I work in will be without power or without clean water access related to this sale? For the future of our citizens and our communities, our power, our water, please oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Andrew Brenner, spelled Brenner. And I don't want to belabor the point that you have already heard from all these fine people. I oppose the acquisition of PNM by Blackstone, sorry. I ask that you oppose it too. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great evening.
Do we have anybody else who has not provided comment who would like to provide comment? Yes, we have one person.
Good evening. My name is Sid Ray Sanchez, Sydrae. Sanchez is Z at the end. I'm fairly new to Albuquerque, but I'm from the southeastern part of New Mexico, and so um, I'm opposed to this. I apologize for my nervousness. I didn't expect to speak, but you guys have a beautiful city. We have a beautiful state, and everything that I read and hear about this, it goes against everything that we're for, that we're about. You guys know the area I come from. There's a lot of oil and gas. It's heavily industrialized down there, and it's a lot different than when I first grew up out there. I don't recognize the area anymore. We don't have a whole lot of water, and that industry just it's taking it all, and it's just not the same. And I don't want that to be the same way over here. We have a beautiful area over here, and I want to keep it that way. So I oppose the sale to Blackstone. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll check one more time if there's anybody else who has not provided comment who would like to. Okay, seeing as there's no more comment, I want to thank you all for your engagement and coming up to speak, not just taking the time, but also it does take courage, and appreciate hearing your input. I also want to take a moment to thank UNM staff, the audio staff and security, and PRC staff for the logistics and organizing this. That first one, the first public comment hearing, we were overwhelmed with the amount of input that people wanted to provide. So I'm grateful that we were able to schedule this larger room and more time to hear you. Commissioners, do you have any closing remarks? Okay, well, thank you again. And with that, we are adjourned.